We bring you guests that challenge the narrative, unveil what power hides, and spark national debate. Speaking truth to power, from the grassroots to the highest offices. EMV. We bring you guests that challenge the narrative, unveil what power hides, and spark national debate. Speaking truth to power, from the grassroots to the highest offices. EMV.
In every season of our nation's journey, leadership must be defined not by slogans, but by legacy, not by volume, but by values. Welcome to this short presentation as we endeavor to contribute the bit we can to shape the future of our party, Patriotic Front, and that of our nation, Zambia. My name is Raphael Mangani Nakachinda. I'm currently privileged to be Secretary General of Patriotic Front and Tonse Alliance. Today, I present to you 3 portraits. These are not just images of the past. These are reflections of the future Zambia deserves. The first portrait, Michael Chilufya-Sata, the founder, the voice of the poor, the thunder for the poor. The first portrait is of the man who started it all, President Michael Chilufya-Sata, a leader of the people, a builder of a movement. He believed in a Zambia where every citizen mattered, regardless of tribe, class, or language. He built this party on inclusiveness and the power of the grassroots. That foundation was not political theater. Michael Sata is still alive through the grassroots. His spirit lives on in every ward, in every market, in every township, in every bus stop. To our grassroots members across the country, this is your party. This is a party for everyone, from the marketeers to the taxi drivers, bus drivers, small-scale farmers, jerabos as they call them, barbermen, hairdressers, welders, construction workers. It is the party for mothers and grandmothers and everyone, everywhere. This is your party, and no one will take it away from you. PF is not just a party, it is a movement that cannot be stopped. That was Michael Chilufya-Sata's vision. Portrait number 2, Edgar Chagwa Lungu, the humble defender. This is a portrait of President Dr. Edgar Chagwa Lungu, Zambia's 6th Republican president and the 2nd president of Patriotic Front. Dr. Edgar Chagwa Lungu, unlike many other politicians, did not rise by ambition. Rather clearly, he rose by divine appointment and the trust of the people. He led Zambia through the very difficult times during droughts and during COVID-19. And he led not with panic, but with prayer. During the COVID pandemic, when the other countries all over the world locked down, he protected the livelihood of those who live hand to mouth. When Zambia was faced with severe drought, he called on the nation to seek God. He declared October 18 a national day of prayer, fasting, and reconciliation. Many times we all witnessed God answering the prayers of the Zambian people. President Lungu was a constitutionalist. He respected the separation of powers, allowing the judiciary to function independently. There were even rulings and judgments against his government. He fulfilled the promise to the people by ensuring that the people's draft constitution was adopted, the 2016 constitution, which introduced stellar provisions such as the one to do with the running mate, 50+1 threshold. Many of you remember him for his stance on LGBT rights when he refused to legalize ungodly values under foreign pressure. His famous statement was, "We would rather remain poor with our values than to become rich by selling our souls." But he was mocked, misunderstood, maligned by his critics, even in his death. He never stopped loving his country, and that is leadership. That is legacy. Portrait number 3, trust, the leadership charter. The third portrait is not of a man or a woman. It is not about wealth or influence or charisma. The third portrait is trust, T-R-U-S-T, a leadership charter that will guide us today and in the future when choosing leaders. Trust is about the values the people want in their leaders. You see, Zambians have been lied to for a long time. Zambians feel betrayed, sold out. And this must come to an end. From now onwards, we must not be seduced by shiny slogans or sweet-talking salesmen that disguise themselves as politicians or leaders. The next PF leader must pass the test of trust. What do each of the letters in the word trust stand for? T stands for transparency. The question all of us must ask those who are offering themselves for leadership is, who are you? What do you own? What do you believe? The people have the right to know, not just your name, but your truth. No more shadows, no more secret hands, no foreign strings. The time for puppet government is over. We will not entrust our future to a face we cannot see or a voice we cannot trace. If you cannot stand before the people with open hands and a clean heart, you must step aside. R stands for responsibility. Are you willing to take responsibility? No more this blame game of previous government. No more distractions. No more hiding behind yesterday. The next leader must step up, not with fingers pointed at others, but with sleeves rolled. Zambia needs politicians and leaders that understand that it's their responsibility to bring positive change. Zambia needs a builder. This is a time for courage, a time for answers, a time for action. U stands for unity, very critical and crucial for Zambia at this particular juncture. True leaders are unifiers, whether they hold the title or the title is held by someone else. The nation of Zambia needs a unifier. The question is, if you are not chosen as you offer yourself for leadership, will you still purposefully contribute to the unity of the party and of the nation? If you are chosen, will you embrace those who challenged you? The next leader must not gather voters only. They must gather people. They must bind the wounds, silence factions, and rally the nation not to themselves, but to a shared vision and future. Without unity, there will be no victory. S stands for service. We have seen regimes who serve the interests of foreign businesses and foreign entities. Zambia's small businesses are subjected to taxes, while its multinationals are given extended tax holidays. We have seen how barber shops and saloons and butcheries and restaurants, people welding on our streets, have closed their businesses due to lack of electricity here in Zambia. While our electricity is exported to neighboring countries and beyond, that cannot continue. Zambians deserve better. They deserve a leader who is committed to save Zambia first. Those who wish to lead the Patriotic Front, those who wish to lead the Tonse Alliance, must commit to put Zambia first, to save our people first before we can consider the plight of multinationals. Zambia must come first. T is for transformation, real jobs, functional clinics, new schools, not empty promises. If you wish to lead the Patriotic Front, you must commit to transforming the lives of the people of Zambia, especially the poor. Transform the nation, its infrastructure. We should bring the nation to a place where our developmental agenda is human-centered, centered on the poor. This is the transformation that the nation yearns for. To every loyal member of Patriotic Front, the dream of Michael Chilufi-Asata is still alive. It lives in our hearts, in our conviction, in our courage. In your community, it lives on in all of us, from the grassroots to the secretariat. To every Zambian who remembers the dignity and compassion and resolve of Edgar Chagwalungu, hold fast to the legacy. Humble, principled, God-fearing, and from it, we should draw strength. This is no longer a party of chaos. This is a movement for women and youth, of humility and transformation. There is no room for fake promises and lies in the PF. That we say no. Including Tonse Alliance, we follow President Lungu's example: love for all, humility in all seasons, and a willingness to grow in service of the people. And to those who seek to lead us, brace yourself. We face a regime that will stop at nothing. They have abused the law. They have weaponized the police. They have done everything illegal and criminal to silence dissent in this country. They will come for you. But hear me, and hear me well. The next PF president will not rise on money. They will not rise on propaganda. They will not rise on empty popularity. They will rise on one thing, and one thing only: trust. This is the new era. This is a new season. Let us rise again. Let us rebuild the party, the alliance, and the nation. Let us restore the dream: one Zambia, one nation. I pray that God will grant us grace, wisdom, for us to navigate through this trying moment and arrive at where God has ordained for this nation. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Good day on this wonderful day that the Lord has made. We shall be glad in it, and we thank you for joining us. We know you could be watching football, you could be with the family, but you thought you could be with us. Kindly share the issues that we discuss, our national issues. And even when we come on a day like this Saturday, it's because it's very important that we somehow help in our own small way, shape the narrative in our country and help give direction. I'd like to start with the story of Gideon, the story that is found in Judges 6 verse 8. I love the story of Gideon because he was an unlikely hero, but he delivered Israel and brought peace for 40 years in Israel. At the time, the Midianites were raiding Israel, raiding their crops and livestock, and forcing many to hide, especially the men who were now living in caves, only coming back in the night. So Gideon had a divine call. He was threshing wheat, and again he had hidden a vine press, because remember they were being hunted, especially the men. So he was hiding and threshing the wheat, so that the Midianites could not see him. Then an angel appeared and called him, "Mighty man of valor." Now remember, Gideon is a farmer. All he does is, he knows it's just farming. Here is an angel of God calling him, "You are a mighty man of valor." Then Gideon questioned God. "Why, Lord, have you allowed your people to suffer? Yet they say you are their God, and you, God, say they are your people. Why have you allowed them to suffer?" And even if he saw this angel in flowing light, he knew it was an angel. He decided to test God, the many things that all of us do. Gideon asked God that, "I need multiple signs to believe that you're giving me this assignment." You remember he placed a wool fleece on a threshing floor and asked God to make the fleece wet while the ground around it was dry. And he even again asked God to do the reversal, that the ground should be wet, the fleece filia, if you are that fleece. Yeah, that is a fleece. And then there is something I admire about Gideon. He didn't take comfort in masses. He didn't take comfort in huge groups. Gideon wanted quality and committed men. Many people would not have done what Gideon do, because we love to take comfort in the crowds. When 32,000 men were called to fight the Midianites, remember this is an established civilization. It had colonized Israel, and Israel required redemption. So when the first call, the trumpet called, 32,000 men turned up. But what did Gideon do? He began to test them, including the famous one where he says, "Can you drink water from the river?" And out of 32,000, Gideon remained with 300 men. It's only 300 men that went to defeat the Midianite army. I take lessons from there, because I never take comfort in the crowds. Many times, and my life has shown, I can just briefly walk you into my humble life. When I joined the bank, Zanaco, we were forming a new union. Multi-party had just become multi-party, and there was this liberation that was freed on the unions. And as bankers, we thought we could form a union. So we formed Bankers Union of Zambia. At the time, the dominant union in the industry was Zambia Union of Financial and Allied Workers, Zufiao. As a young boy, at the age of 20, that's when I learned just how difficult it is to fight establishment, because you are quickly scandalized, you are quickly isolated, you are quickly called names. We had the support, of many bankers, but Zufiao had been unexisting in a union for decades. They were very established in the media, with management, with the industry, and you want to fight the establishment. So my teeth began in my union days as a leader, one of the leaders in Bankers Union of Zambia. That's when I learned just how difficult it is to fight establishment, and they can scandalize you, call you names, even destroy your career. My next assignment, where I met this giant establishment, was when the students at Evelyn Horn, when I was studying journalism, I was a banker, accountant, I'd done everything, but I decided to go back to the passion of my life, which was writing which was reading. I'd won competitions before, in primary schools, post office, PTC then. Totuma writing competition, and I'd won one of those writing competitions. So my passion has always been about writing, reading, and I'd hoped that I could make a career out of my passion of hence the journalism that emerged. So when I abandoned banking, accounting, and came to Evelyn Horn, the students were privileged I was privileged. The students elected me president of the press club. And I didn't think that I should start small. I wanted to start big. So who were my guests? We used to call at Evelyn Horn College, the journalists that have passed through there, I will tell you, is what the press club would hold as palaver. So for me, I decided to target the biggest personalities in the country to host as guests. And I brought Anderson Mazoka. In 2000, he was a leading opposition candidate, and many didn't see 2001. They didn't see it that he was such a leading candidate because there were fray and noise in the MMD. General Christon Tembo, General Mianda, the 22. So I brought Anderson Mazoka as one of our guests. Oh, the police came. The police harassed us. They threatened to tear gas us. My second person that I brought was Nevas Mumba. He was president of NCC, and he came to Evelyn Horn College and he addressed the students. And the police again came. We had to evacuate him. We had to go to Mr. Macha, one of my lecturers, I think, might remember the story. Kleso Namasaka himself. You remember he was one of my lecturers. He was a young man. He had just come from, I think, TVTC at the time, that teaching course they do. Again, I met the strength of the establishment. Authorities called for my dismissal as a student leader. I was scandalized. I began to appear in newspapers accusing me of this, accusing me of that. When you fight an establishment, you have to be ready for the blowback, the repercussions, because people in establishment don't want to be disturbed. People in establishment want to eat in silence. I always give an example of the thief, that the thief wants to steal from you in silence. They demand your silence. Then, of course, my biggest test was when I was privileged, when Dr. Chuluba employed me as his administrator, and recognizing my unique abilities, even as a young man, he said I'll be his official spokesperson. And I should tell you that for that job, the people that he had lined up to take that job were very senior people, some former ministers, some former permanent secretary. I was none of that. But Tumole Savela, and in his unique ability, President Frederick Chuluba saw something in me. And immediately, I used to argue with him. There were all these reports that he had plundered national resources, that he had stolen, that he had kept wealth in Belgium, in UK, in the US. And every day he would show me when a newspaper, as a media person, I would review the newspapers of the day for him. Then he would say, hold on. Many cases he would go and bring facts, documents. He had such a good story. I said, Mr. President, this information must be in public. They are saying you have stolen. They are saying you've plundered national resources. Here are documents vindicating you. Yo, Manuel, you would call me Manuel. Even Mr. Sata, picked that. He would call me Manuel as well. Yo, Manuel, in what we are involved in, you politicians are involved in perception. Perception matter. You don't correct it, it becomes truth. People vote on the basis not of the truth, but on perception. If a wrong perception is being drawn around you, it is imperative that you bring it out. Dr. Chuluba had the motto, silence is golden. He didn't want to speak. He thought people would know the truth without him fighting to tell the truth. And I brought a different mindset. Mr. President, you could have been president, you could have been a silent president. You would have allowed attacks from the Post and others. Well, if you've tasked me to be with you, unfortunately, you have to speak the truth. And in many cases, you have the truth. There was one particular story that really annoyed me. An audit was privately done, not privately, it wasn't disclosed to the country, over the intelligence account called Zamtrop. Zamtrop is where all the allegations around Dr. Chiluba centered, that he had pilfered and stolen a total of $42 million. So, Mwanawasa and George Kunda were very decent men. They kept on saying, you keep on saying that they've stolen. Can we establish where the money is? So, Mwanawasa and George Kunda commissioned a forensic audit of the Zamtrop account. Now, one of the key findings, other than that Chiluba didn't steal, the bulk of it, $25 million, went to a company in the US that did security upgrades at State House, at Zambia Intelligence, Supreme Court, Cabinet Office, Ministry of Defense. So $25 million of the so-called $42 million was already accounted for. Another $15 million, again, was accounted for. When you look at the $42 million, Chiluba literally had not stolen. That is a truth. But when you have told the country has stolen, you've told the world he has stolen, how do you tell that truth? And there was a key ingredient in there. The audits were done apparently by President Hakainde Hichilema's law firm, not the one in Zambia, but the one Grant Thornton in UK. And they couldn't believe it. They had to commission a second one. Price Waterhouse also did an investigation. The two audits established that Dr. Chiluba had $8.5 million of his own money in the account, donated by various entities, some from Angola, some from Libya, some from Chad. In short, for whatever reason, Dr. Chiluba was being advised that these monies you are receiving, you intend to set up an institute, you intend to support your party, channel them through our account as the intelligence, and therefore these anti-money laundering laws will be away from you. I think that was the advice by the intelligence. So in effect, if you say Chiluba bought shoes, he paid school fees for whoever, but he had $8.5 million in his account. And here, Umole Savela, people from inside gave us these two audits, glaring audits. And I said, Mr. President, we should go to town with this information. How are we? We are going to use it in court. That's what the lawyers have advised. However, Your Excellency, this information changes the entire narrative that you've stolen. They are saying you've stolen shoes. How much are the shoes? Here, there's $8.5 million. But anyway, it took a long time for that information, almost 2-3 years later, to come to the public. But anyway, Dr. Chiluba made me spokesperson in 2003, official spokesperson. Again, this is where I found when you are fighting the establishment, just what can befall you. First, I had personal attacks. I was being surveilled. I was isolated. People couldn't tell a professional and Dr. Chiluba. So the sins of Dr. Chiluba, I wore them because I was a front man for Dr. Chiluba. Friends isolated themselves from me. But the worst came from the administration that wanted to destroy me. They offered me a position of permanent secretary at the time. The job I had at Dr. Chiluba's office was that of administrator, equivalent to a deputy permanent secretary. But they offered me to be PS. I refused. I said, no. Dr. Chiluba, I'm privileged. The Lord has worked through him and he's given me this job. I'm not going to betray him. And thank you for the offer, but he has even laden me with another opportunity of official spokesperson. And I was attacked at one time, people followed me who had guns. Lucky enough, when I was leaving home, there was a taxi rank on Chandumsonda Road where I've lived for many years. And when these guys were plotting and planning how they were going to shoot me and follow me, they were at the taxi rank. So when I left, they rushed to my home and informed my wife that there's a car that is following Ambassador. It's a Toyota Corolla reg number they gave me. And I began to receive a call from my wife. She kept on calling. When I reached, I was going to Dr. Chulwa, we were going to church, the church service, very early morning church service. When I finally picked her call, she says, the taxi driver saying there's a car following you, it's a Toyota Corolla, there are 5 men. They are saying, they were saying harmful things, the taxi drivers are very fearful. So when I looked in the rear mirror, indeed, I was at Church Road, in Horn there. I was going to Kablonga. I saw a taxi, a Corolla, white as described, and there were 5 men at the back. So, the former president's office is a constitutional office, so it has security. So I immediately called our security at the gate. I said, guys, I'm under attack here. There's a car following me. So I think let's meet. I'll try to cruise. I'll not stop anywhere. But I'll stop at Belvedere. You park on the side. So my team cocked up, jumped in their own cars. Chilwa's team is not my team, security team. And the car kept on following me. So I passed High Court, I passed Long Acres there. When I reached at the traffic lights of Belvedere, I stopped. And they stopped at the back. They didn't know that there was that ambush. We got them. Guys pointed the guns at them. They had 2 pistols, and we took them to Woodlands police station. When we beat them, they quickly produced IDs that they were from the intelligence. It was a big issue, very big issue. But our guys had beaten them. Now, I'm telling all this story is that when you are fighting the establishment, there are consequences. I've been the official spokesperson of the Patriotic Front. I joined, I came back from my diplomatic service after 8 hours of tour. From 2023, I've been one of the spokesperson. The spokesperson is the President, Secretary General, and the chairperson for information. You know that I've been beaten. I still haven't filled my tooth. I've been tortured. I lost my tooth. My shoulder remains in great pain. I've been receiving specialized treatment over my shoulder. When I fell playing peekaboo, I thought the injury came from there. They said, no, your injury is a legacy injury. I had no idea that when those guys tortured me, in 2023, that they had damaged my shoulder. I had no idea until I had this fall and I went for specialist treatment. I'm currently in exile. Matters in Zambia are not matters I'm joking about. I'm not jostling for leadership. I'm not jostling for candidate. I'm not involved in conspiracies. That is why even when my president, Given Lubinda, makes a mistake, you've heard my writings. Someone even says, how can you reprimand your president? If any of our colleagues do something wrong against a party, I have spoken. My forum has not been spared because whoever I have hosted, then they've become my project, or I'm their project. When I featured John Sangwa, Mwamba's candidate is John Sangwa. When I brought KBF and played these songs, now Mwamba is working with KBF. I brought Mdolo. Mdolo is Mwamba's. I brought Munduvile. Mwamba's now crosses with Munduvile. I brought Makebi Zulu and he smashed the numbers. This is Mwamba. He's now with Makebi. So I'm used. Every day I'm in a camp, depending on what I'm discussing. But what is motivating me all the time, first, is the current circumstances of our country. And I think you, the viewers, have seen that are focused on unity, not just of the PF, of the opposition, have attempted to bring, using this forum, all members of our leaders of the opposition, that amongst them, they can bring and pick a candidate of their own that the country can rally around. I've spent almost 6 months on that project. Tell me which leader has not been on this forum. I think it's only Miles Sampa and Dr. Chimbaka Mbwili among presidential candidates that have declared. I have featured 25 presidential candidates that have declared interest to be president in our country. From Fred Membe, Harry Kalava, KBF, Sebastian Copeland, Binwe Mpundu. Some have come twice, some have come 3 times. I've attempted to use this forum for the benefit of our country. And I have spent a lot of time in exposing the ills and challenges that the country is facing, especially the poor leadership of President Hakainde Hichilema. That has been our focus and goal. I've refused to be personal against him, but I've tried to be policy-driven and issue-based focus. After the break, we discussed Tonse. Where are we at Tonse? What is happening in Tonse? Because there's a lot of fake, false, and lies and narratives that are being told for selfish reasons. Like we do on EMV, we discuss a topic, we remove the emotions, we discuss the facts. If you are steeped in emotions, good. And I've always advised, especially my colleagues in the diaspora, it's too early for you to pick any candidate. But it's your choice. You can pick a candidate of your choice. I have no problem. I said my forum would be reluctant to endorse any candidate. So when we come from the break, I will discuss the history of Tonse.
Kwenyu ndemwe chabe mabanja onanjala mkomo ndalama zonse mutumbalano masukwa kuchuluka pa mutupatu. Time is up, time is up. Kwenyu not enough. Time is up for your lies and bluff. Time is up, time is up. Kwenyu not enough. Time is up for your lies and bluff. Kanizanu ndizo panda pindu anakulira miseu mwatu tikufuna chilengede chatopano osati mapoke tanu opindika ndalama. Listen to the cries, they're louder than your lies. You can't silence the truth. It's time for the youth. Time is up, time is up. Kwenyu is not enough. Time is up for your lies and bluff. Time is up, time is up. Kwenyu not enough. Time is up for your lies and bluff. We rise, we stand, we fight together for the children, for a better forever. Kwenyu kunata pano, we take the race. Tikonza jiko.
Thank you very much. I was just bothering to explain some parts of the history when you're fighting the establishment. This again issue when we're fighting for ECL, where minority, many people didn't believe in him. The establishment didn't want him in 2014, but we fought. I've never bothered to be on what people might perceive a minority section. If I think I'm driven by principle and the truth, I never shy away from there. I think that's what drives me, and my legacy does demonstrate that. ECL was being fought left, right, and center. Guy Scott was acting president. Guy Scott had the machinery at his disposal, but we rose and fought him. Why? When you're fighting with the truth, it's very easy to fight manipulation and any other process. Howard Dinkumani says, Emmanuel, in your story you are saying that you were ambassador when you were being followed No, I wasn't ambassador. I was called spokesperson at the time. So if I had said ambassador, it's just a misspeak. What PF is currently facing is what we faced in 2023. Here is Mal Sampa. Mal Sampa is a friend of mine. Is a deep, close friend of mine. We've differed politically like we differed in 2014, in 2016, but Mal Sampa is a good friend of mine. When he did that move in 2023 on Independence Day, I was the first one to step out. I held a press conference just that day and denounced what Mal Sampa had done. I said it's a State House project. I said it's a UPND project. I wasn't being malicious. Mal's, we've shared together, he was deputy minister. And when I proposed Link Zambia 8,000 to President Michael Satan, it became a reality. And we're facing resistance at Ministry of Finance. Mal Sampa helped in ensuring that that program lived because we're trying to build a legacy for President Michael Sata. Link Zambia 8,000 was a proposal by myself and Charles Panje, who was PS in Muchinga. Mal Sampa helped because the Ministry of Finance said, fiscal space, we can't afford this project. But we even had proposed innovative ways of raising funds. That's a story for another day. So when I rose to challenge Mal Sampa in 2023, sadly, I had to set aside my personal feelings and personal loyalty to him as a friend. There was an attack on the party. There was an unconstitutional things being done against the party. And I had to speak, and he raised, I think, 2-3 contempts for me. I never stopped speaking. When the party changed to Robert Chavinga, I can confess I've never met Robert Chavinga. The first time I met him is when we had suspended him and we were about to expel him. I met him at Intercontinental Hotel. And he was saying, no, my wife is a reverend. I mean well. People have misunderstood me. He told me a story. But it didn't appear believable. I said, this sounds like a shady character. But anyway, the Mal Sampa, we worked very well in 2017 when he became mayor. Remember, I proposed free Wi-Fi in markets, bus stops, hospitals, and libraries. Free Wi-Fi, something we learned in South Africa where they had rolled out free Wi-Fi in Johannesburg, Pretoria, Durban, East London, and Cape Town. And I thought we could do the same way. And it's a self-financing facility. The state doesn't make any payments. And you remember that Mal Sampa made it his campaign issue, and he ran with the issue of free Wi-Fi in Lusaka. I have collaborated with him, but when he did what he did, sadly, we had to differ. But even in my attacks, I was never personal with him. I just spoke to the issues that were at stake. So when you see us rise now and speak, it's not that we hate anyone or we're fighting anyone. When President Edgar Lungu decided to come back, before he came back to active politics, he bothered to have the opposition work together. I don't know which opposition leader he didn't call into IBEX. He wanted them to work together. The first assignment he gave me was go and see what Chalakateka kuli program. I went kuli Mayobana Chalakateka. Wanjewatawe, we are planning a press conference for all the opposition. I said, this is good. Can you give us the issues? And I helped facilitate both the issues and the conference. If you see that press conference, for the first time we had Fred Membe and Winter Kabimba sitting on one table. That was an initiative of President Edgar Lungu. He really wanted the opposition to work together. He personally spoke to Fred Membe. He personally spoke to Winter Kabimba. Let's set aside our differences and let us work together. Uka was rushed. I was called, if you see at the press conference for Uka, I'm wearing a small red t-shirt, red and black t-shirt, short sleeves. I was not ready. President Edgar Lungu just called me. Where are you? I think I don't know where I was. I was doing something very personal. He says, come now, come to Heritage. So I came and I found that there was a press conference and that I should be master of ceremony. All the leaders were gathered. You remember that press conference. I was not aware, I was not privy to the contents. But when Honorable Sakwiba Scott announced that we have formed the United Kwacha Alliance, and this is what we are going to be. It's going to be fashioned like UDA was in 2006. You remember that when I got the microphone from Sakwiba Scott, I immediately said, Ukani, the country, you are being told to wake up. And immediately that became the slogan. We popularized it on social media, and Uka ran like wildfire. But the state immediately invaded on it, immediately infiltrated it. But I saw the patience of President Edgar Lungu. Even when my dear sister Savoy Imboila began to issue disparaging remarks against the president, and many members of the PF were very annoyed that our leader at UKA was being disrespected. We should abandon UKA, we should leave UKA, President Edgar Lungu was extremely patient. Let's look at the bigger picture. There's a country to unite. If you're Lela Ndomo and our Savoy, she will come round. No Bakateka, maybe she's being used. Look, she has a criminal case here. No, she's meeting Clayson Amasaka. We have fears that the UKA is infiltrated. President Edgar Lungu was extremely impatient. He was extremely patient. Patient. I've never seen that patience. He was reluctant to say action should be taken against erring members. He says, no, let's regard them as our peers. I remember that Honorable Raphael Nakachinda would get annoyed. You are former president. They should treat you as former president. Now, president. You have just been privileged to be president of the country. But allow them. That's what leadership calls for. For me, I want to emulate the late president in his humility. And I saw it in UKA. Even when Tonse was formed, and remember again I was a director of ceremonies at Tonse Alliance at its formation, you will remember that President Lungu refused that we should move out of UKA. We warned, but Pangaka regulation that if you join another alliance, then you should consider yourself expelled. That we've been expelled. President Lungu refused first to leave UKA. I think his vision was that at a later stage he should unite both UKA and Tonse. And when he began to build Tonse, he never stopped talking to other opposition party leaders. Even when members brought negative reports against who, he never lost sight that the bigger agenda was to replace President Hakainde Hichilema. So, formally, we never left UKA. We never. When UKA said we had expelled, President Edgar Lungu demanded that a letter be written to it. When Tonse was formed, I was the director of ceremonies at that, and you saw how the issue of unity was made. He didn't want it to be pitted against UKA or replace UKA. He wanted Tonse Alliance formed and grown. In fact, Nakachinda took the words of the late president that PF nankoko akaleta bonse. Wa UKA, wa Tonse, wa Fred Membe, wa nani akaleta bonse. And that was the attitude of President Edgar Lungu, that Patriotic Front should use its dominant force in PF, in parliament, and in the landscape of the opposition to bring together, not to divide one another. There were turbulences, especially when the late president went to South Africa for medical treatment. Because remember, he left in January, I think January 17th, until we lost him 6 months later. There were turbulences. One time there was a meeting that was misunderstood, and politics, yes, conspiracies, ubufi, allegations. In fact, the ones that are bought are the ones that even speak their highest that others have been bought. The one that everyone knows are bought are the ones that even claim that others are bought. Raphael Nakachinda and Given Lubinda attended a meeting called, by what was now loosely being called the United Front. This was an attempt to unite others. Remember, during the Uka Tonse days, Muhavi Lungu went away with Zambia We Want as a coalition. They formed it as a political party, but he was trying to put people together. So he was now forming that united opposition alliance. And Nakachinda and Given Lubinda went to that meeting to discuss Lumezi constituency because it had been declared vacant and there was an upcoming election. And there was this feeling in the opposition that to stand with Munia Zulu, who had sacrificed so much, who was now jailed, that the opposition must deliver and secure that seat. It shouldn't go to the ruling party. Because then Hichilema would win completely. He had stolen the seat from Munia Zulu. He had then, stolen freedoms from Munia Zulu. And now he was going to steal the seat. So there was this feeling that the opposition must work together and field one candidate in Lumezi. Oh, when the picture came out, I remember in our blogs, PF blogs, you have to wear a crocodile skin. Baratukana nga bati bakutuke takwa banoluse takwa banenshi takwa ba indiscipline ya bamwesu mchipani kukosa. They insulted Nakachinda, they insulted Given Lubinda that he had sold out to the Socialist Party. It was not to be. In fact, the candidate that emerged was our candidate in Lumezi. When we've had these by-elections from Mwense, Kawambwa, Pambashe, when we've had these by-elections, in Mongu, Lumezi, and everywhere else, there's always that issue, can the opposition field one candidate? I remember that in Kwacha and Kabushi, Fred Membe issued a press conference, had a press statement at a press conference, that he felt that Malanji and Bowman Lusambo were being victimized, and that for that reason, he will not field candidates. I remember Harry Kalaba also standing down his candidates, I think in Mwansabombwe, and I can't remember where else he also withdrew. From 2023, to my knowledge, there has been this issue that the opposition must work together. So when we had this, the issue of turbulence, that issue ended in a process where Sean Tembo, you remember, as spokesperson of Tonse Alliance. By the way, President Edgar Lungu appointed me as deputy spokesperson of Tonse Alliance. He appointed Sean Tembo as spokesperson. I was deputy to Sean Tembo. But anyway, Sean Tembo began a process. He said he had powers under Tonse to discipline the Given Lubinda and Raphael Nakachinda. And the process was being run by Zumani Zimba, the former special assistant to the president at State House. And some statements were being issued on the president's page, like President Edgar Lungu had spoken and reprimanded Given Lubinda and Raphael Nakachinda. It was not true. The president, I remember, took action himself. He didn't even want to issue the statement with me. He asked for a Daily Nation reporter. Wallen Simwaka was actually in China when he did that story. Then he gave instructions that we should remove Zuma and Zimba from the official page of the president, the Edgar Lungu page. And President Lungu had to speak to Wallen Simwaka to issue that statement, to reverse the decisions that Zuma and Zimba and Sean Tembo were doing, and affirmed that Given Lubinda, in this case then, will be acting chairperson of Tonse Alliance. And Raphael Nakachinda was the Secretary General. And that is how those charges fell away. And President Edgar Lungu, his humility is remarkable. He actually even called Sean Tembo. He called KBF. I remember KBF was also called. That we may stand down. We can't spend these energies fighting one another. Look at our political enemy. That's where our focus should be. Don't eat and consume yourselves. So you saw Given Lubinda given the mantle. You saw the inflammatory disciplinary charges against him dropped. And the Tonse Alliance has been turbulent since then. When the late president passed on, you saw our spokesperson say that Tonse will support Brian Mundubile. Now, we said, at what stage have we decided that Brian Mundubile will be our leader? The process hasn't begun. And as spokesperson, you can't say that. The Council of Leaders have to come together and propose who should lead. Of course, along the way, let me also hasten that Honorable Brian Mundubile was appointed as National Parliamentary Affairs Chairperson in Tonse. Honorable Mumbipiri was appointed as Chairperson Women's Affairs. We confronted Honorable Sean Tembo. At this stage, you can't use your position. You went on Hot FM and made that announcement. So the turbulences around Tonse have always been there, just like the turbulences in PF have never left us. Some are external, some are internal. Largely they are external because State House has invested heavily in destabilizing the opposition. What has been State House's issue? The structures of the Patriotic Front. The soul of the PF, you should never lose sight, is what is at stake here. In fact, President Lungu would castigate when fellow opposition leaders begin to form. We allow them to interact with our party structures. The next we see them, they are parading our senior members of our party structures as their new members. President Edgar Lungu would frown upon it. This is incest. Incest is sex within the family. So he says, is there a way we can recruit other members without injuring each other? But he put it aside. He would say, at least they're in the opposition. They haven't gone to the UPND. So whether our members went to Citizen First or Socialist Party or to KBF's Zambia Must Prosper, his attitude was always, at least they remain in the family of the opposition. What has recently happened in Tonse, where a WhatsApp group called for a meeting, purported that a quorum was formed? The legality of that grouping is not even understood. In that online meeting, they claimed that they had expelled Honorable Lubinda and the PF, and that they had taken up the so-called ECL movement. Now, questions immediately arise. Who did Edgar Lungu leave as PF acting president? It's Given Lubinda, Raphael Nakachinda, and the entire leadership. Who did Edgar Lungu leave as Tonse chairperson? It's Given Lubinda, Secretary General Raphael Nakachinda. What should be the ECL movement? Is there another dark personality elsewhere that should be called the ECL movement? When we crafted the regulations to invite alliance partners and made each alliance partner sign that PF would be the anchor party and PF would produce a presidential candidate, all the alliance partners signed. I think KBF, I don't know if he signed, because there was an issue when he began, participated in the process to punish Given Lubinda at the time, we said this man hasn't even signed the MOU yet, meaning he's not a member of Tonse at this stage. We welcome his association, but he hasn't signed this MOU. I don't know if he later signed, I'm not aware. So that meeting purported to remove Edgar Lungu's team from Tonse, which Edgar Lungu himself founded, like I've demonstrated, from Uka to Tonse. It was an initiative of the late president. He wanted the opposition together. He didn't want to use it to advantage himself. Of course, there was one time when the Tonse, picked him as his presidential flag bearer, and in light of a case that was in the Constitutional Court. And to fight that case, Tonse Council of Leaders decided that was going to be the flag bearer and presidential candidate. That's a matter for another day. But essentially, he wanted a united front. So the process that emerged from that WhatsApp group, in our meetings, when we confronted the people that were now being told that they had attended it, because we couldn't believe that our members can be in a meeting that is expelling the PF, where they are members of the Central Committee and where they are presidential candidates. I remember officially Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya saying, I am a meeting Mwalishwa Mwamba. Even you, there are many times you are attending the meetings, but you are conducting the broadcast. And he was right. Just like now, I've got an online meeting going on, I've logged in, but I'm not participating, but it would show. I might even be counted for quorum. So Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya said, I didn't even know what was happening. The others that booked out, but it was illegal anyway because it wasn't called by the chairperson. It wasn't chaired by Honorable Given Lubinda. It was illegal in its founding. So when they now said they had removed PF, then they had abolished the founding documents of Tonse and made each party, and now there is a contention for leadership, and they've thrown a process where some people who are members of the PF have participated. That process remains illegal. So I saw some people attack me. No, you hate Brian Mundubile. Why are you speaking like that? Well, when you're a spokesperson, you carry a very difficult burden. A very, very difficult burden, because I'm not speaking as Emmanuel Mwamba. I have to speak on behalf of the party. The party has set out rules. The party called that meeting illegal, and subsequent processes illegal. The party has said the Tonse that was left by the late president remains a Tonse that is chaired by Given Lubinda. Until that changes, you cannot call any fraction, any breakaway as Tonse. And whatever activities they are doing, if our members are involved, they'll be in rebellion with the party. At the heart of the crisis are PF structures. The soul of the party, President Lungu was very clear. Keep the parties together. Visit the party structures. And he used to get annoyed. Mwikalafia Mulusaka, you've done enough press conferences. Take tours. He was very insistent on that. He wanted the structures intact. He says the voucher, UPND, will come for our party structures. Our fellow opposition parties are prying on our structures. They know the PF structures will make the 2026 president. So everyone is jostling like vouchers for those structures. President Edgar Lungu told us, keep the structures intact. Have a process that should give you a leader all of you will support. I've mentioned Brian, like I mentioned Miles Sampa. Maybe let me mention Brian first. Sorry, Brian, I didn't get your permission, but I need to say it because your supporters are insulting me on Facebook. They are calling me all sorts of names. So maybe just for the purpose of the public, I've known Brian Mundubile for over 30 years. BMW na Brian Mundubile na walitema BMW. I don't know what cars he drives now, but we loved BMWs in those days. So we'd meet at mechanics and, affiliated entities. So I've known him from then, when he was a businessman in Kaoma. That's number one. Number two, when I was permanent secretary in Northern Province, I had two key issues. Felix Mtati, he was facing an electoral petition. Emmanuel Mwamba was the one that stood in 2011 under PF in Lunte. But Felix Mtati won, and Felix Mtati had used a lot of government money, had donated bores, these hammer mills and a lot of things. So I was managing that issue of Felix Mtati, and Felix Mtati had said he had been speaking to President Michael Sata that somehow he could have, this election petition could go away by Emmanuel Mwamba. But I was also dealing with another matter, the election of Mporokoso. There was an academic, former University of Zambia, a professor who was the MP, who had won. The challenger from the MMD was Brian Munduvile, and Brian Munduvile had taken a substantial number. Just a minute, there's a call. Let me just take this call.
Kwenyu ndemwe chawe mabanja onanjala mkomo ndalama zonse mutumbalano masukwa kuchuluka pa mutupatu. Time is up. Kwenyu not enough. Time is up. For your lies and bluff. Time is up. Kwenyu not enough. Time is up. For your lies and bluff. Kani zanu ndizo panda pindu. Anakulira miseu mwatu.
Thank you very much. Don't worry, we are not speaking anything malicious. Those calling, we are not malicious in any way. We don't scandalize anyone. So I was dealing with Mporokoso. Lunte had Felix Mtati and Emmanuel Mwamba, and there was an electoral petition. And Brian Munduvile was being mentioned. Professor Wilombe Neven, if you remember, the professor from the University of Zambia, was MP and deputy minister. And he would complain about Brian. So I knew Brian, I gave him a call. Brian, I complain about professor. I am a football tournaments and everything you are doing. Maybe seize them for now, because he won that election, and maybe should be allowed to rule. And I think the man began to enjoy some peace, because Brian stood down his arsenal and his support. I think Brian had started preparing already for 2016. He stood down. I was very instrumental in Brian working with us in 2014. His best friend, Charles Pange, the one I just told you that we proposed Link Zambia to President Michael Sata, was a PS. And Brian came to the fore. Brian, to my knowledge, by 2014, he was already working with the PF. And President Edgar Lungu appointed him as board chair of ERB. And we have worked together. If you look at my pictures, even up to the time I was in South Africa. Even now, last week I stood down a program when he was launching his BM8 on Facebook. I stood it down. And many of you were annoyed. You have a problem. You are supporting Brian Munduvile. I don't destroy people. I build them. I don't destroy people. I want to give the best opportunities to everyone. I stood down that program last week, and many of you were roasting me, even live here, saying I shouldn't have done that. I should have proceeded with my program. So when we issued a statement yesterday, that the activities in Tonse, that faction of Tonse, remain illegal, and the instructions from the party, as emerged from the findings of the Central Committee last week, the directives are very clear. Do not participate in such a process. That process is defiling the memories of the late President Edgar Lungu. Even if we don't like Lubinda, even if we don't want Lubinda, there are ways in which these matters should be dealt with. And the way they've happened the last 2 weeks, you expel the PF, you ban the PF, but you are a member of the PF, you go to participate in an entity that has expelled your party. What are you saying? That was the purpose of that communication. And there's another matter I always encourage my dear brothers. I remember that abantu balendumina screenshot at Chanoda Ngwiro kunape na len tukafie njeleno Chanoda Ngwira ni mbuya wandi kumuleka nantu kelekene alande fiale landa. But there's a story about the young man. He was my biggest admirer on social media in 2015, and I kept on getting surprised. You know, they're on social media, they are those very strong characters, not like Alexander Nkosi. People sometimes even think he's a figment. I didn't even think that a UPND member would be supporting me so strongly. But that was Chanoda, praising me, praising my work in Kasama. So I looked for him one day, and Chanoda came on board. And I remember the team, you know, I was trying to stand as a member of parliament in Kasama for 2015. And there was my brother, Kelvin Sampa, that was also standing. So I sent a team to Kasama. And Chanoda was one of I released my Prado and my other car. They went into Kasama. But Chanoda went on Facebook and attacked Kelvin Sampa. The way he's attacking me, the way he attacks others, his attacks were so malicious. I immediately stood him down. I said, you can't support me, yet insult my rival. My rival will think I have sent you. And I've given this advice to all presidential candidates, to all, whoever I advise. You cannot have a supporter who then is insulting. You know, the way let's take the case of Koswe. There's no way President Hakainde Hichilema would remain blameless when Brian Mwinga and Frederick Msebezi are administrators of Koswe. So when Koswe insults the Archbishop, insults Edgar Lungu, insults the former president and the former first lady, who is insulting those people? Is it Frederick Msebezi and Brian Mwinga and Koswe, or is President Hakainde Hichilema? I've always said it is you, Mr. President. You can't have people insulting in your name and you look away. And in the next picture, you are seen with them. It means, Mr. President, you are using these as leashed dogs. You release them when you need to. The same principle applies. So I stood down Chanoda Ngwira in 2015 in my campaign in Kasama because he went just rogue against Kelvin Sampa. I didn't like Kelvin Sampa. I was challenging him. But I had a good record in the province and just my own record without insulting Kelvin Sampa, without calling him names. I could have beaten him. So that's my appeal again. You cannot have supporters insulting in your name, insulting all of us. It means you are doing the insults. You cannot have Koswe, based at State House, insulting everyone, and the president is quiet. That means he's responsible for those crimes. So Mwevantu Wakwalesa, what's happening at Tonse, that's a position of the party. Is that Tonse remains under Edgar Lungu, the faction that has broken away, and wishes to do a process. We wish them very well. They can come up even with a presidential candidate. We thank God that the presidential candidate might emerge from there. But the party has strict instructions to its members. Don't defile the memories of the late president. The late president left Given Lubinda. Even in PF, why we are jostling to have this conference as soon as possible is that we respect what the late president left We just can't kick out Given Lubinda. He has to be subjected to a democratic, rule-based process if we have to remove him. There's another issue. People are saying there's no time. There's no time. We want to work. Let me just give you a little bit of history. In 2001, the MMD were fighting, fractured. The presidential candidates all left and formed their own parties. General Christian Tembo, General Godfrey Meanda, and there were three factions that emerged from the MMD. And the MMD had an election. They got Levi Mwanawasa very late in the hour. I think they only had 3 months to elections when they got Levi Mwanawasa. Our own case, it was locked up in court in 2014. We were fighting with Mao Sampa. And you know Mao Sampa, one of the big lawyers was Makebi Zulu. I want to tell you your memory. And you know Makebi Zulu is a bulldog at the law. And they were as a team, they were fighting us. We hammered out a deal at the last minute, thanks to Bishop Joshua Banda and Father Peter Chilinda. On the eve of that election, Hichilema had been campaigning from the time the late President Michael Sata died. We only became very clear on eve of 2015, that 31st December. That's when we hammered out. And ECL only had 20 days. So we can't support illegalities because we have no time. When Mao Sampa held that conference and elected himself president, remember the reason he used, there's no time, and you people have been calling for this conference, it has never come. So I decided to have it. He used the issue of time. Some people are using time. There's no time. Therefore, the process at Tonse is legal. Well, like I've stated, Tonse can do whatever it is doing. Sadly, our members have strict instructions. We can't participate in that process, which we have termed illegal. If people will emerge as president, we wish them luck. And the call to our members is remain united. You've withstood these attacks against yourself, both internal and external forces. Some people will leave. There are people that left with Mao Sampa. There are people that left with Zambia Must Prosper. There are people that left with Citizen First. You, the members of the PF, stand steadfast. Allow your process to take effect. Allow your party to give you a leader. Do not be swayed by emotions and insults and the bullying and raining of insults on social media. How have you sustained the party for the last 4 years? All of us are impatient. All of us are fighting that we should have this conference. You should hear our language even within the Central Committee. We say, can we just have this conference? Then the allegations, no, this one is working with Hichilema. Who hasn't been accused of being a UPND project? Among all of them, who hasn't? So are we going to entertain those lies? No, Given Lubinda, new UPND. No, Munduvire, why UPND? So once somebody buy UPND, again, for me, I don't entertain those lies. I think let's remain focused. We have PF to save. We have PF to ensure that PF has a conference and PF produces a leader. There will be opportunism along the way. Some may use the weaknesses of the party, such as we don't have time. They will use the weaknesses of the party that we've delayed to hold the conference. They will try to move away. But you, the PF, you've waited for 4 years for a proper leadership. You're not going to submit yourself to illegalities. If people wish to leave you, we wish them well. We want to acquire. The phone lines are open. This is an open process. Epo chawa minako tatufisa, you can call and let's hear your views. God bless you and God bless our country. I'll take the phone calls.
Listen to the cries, they're louder than your lies. You can can't silence the truth. It's time for the youth. Time is up, time is up. When you're going is not enough. Time is up. For your lies and bluff. Time is up, time is up. When you're going is not enough. Time is up.
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from. Na niyo mkwai.
The thing that you are speaking, okay, somehow they are good, somehow they are not okay. If you are under the fishery, so you cannot give response because of time. But listen, you have cited the case of MMD. MMD by then was in power. PF in 2015, despite the wrangles, at least we can say that PF was in power. Then, in Tonse, PF, no. Tonse, as its own vice chairperson, who was deputy to the late president, Professor Dan Poli, also had the same powers to go for a meeting. In the absence of the chairman, the deputy can go for a meeting. Mr. Vivinda was just the acting chairperson of the Tonse Alliance. So then Professor Dan Poli called for a meeting and said PF, because they have failed to resolve their own internal issues, which we agreed that they are going to be the anchor party, and their president will be our chairperson of Tonse, who shall also be the flag bearer of the 2026 elections. But with this confusion which PF is engulfed in, definitely we cannot keep on waiting for them. So let us excuse them. So by excusing them, it is by saying, let us expel them, because we know that PF under the law at the moment is with Chavinga. And if Chavinga is the president of PF, there is no way Chavinga was working with the president, Hakainde Hichilema, who was publicly endorsed.
The party, we lost the papers. We lost the papers in 2023. As the party followed Chavinga. As the party followed Chavinga in any way. Did we follow Mal Sampa? Did we follow Chavinga? Everyone in the country, everyone in Zambia knows who is PF. They know. So you can't say the PF is with Chavinga. It is not. Today, when we say, let's go to march for Women's Day, who turns up? It's a PF. When we say, let's turn up for Women's Day or Independence Day, who turns up? Is it Chavinga's people who turn up? Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Good evening, Mwamba.
Mkwai.
Good evening, Mwamba.
Good evening.
Zephania is my name. I'm calling from Lusaka, Zambia.
Yes, Zephania, please make your contribution.
Yes, thank you very much for what you have elaborated. I think a lot of people have learned a lot from your experience, how PF it has been, and especially the 2014 where President Edgar Lungu only campaigned for 28 days. He didn't even manage to go in other districts because there was no time. For sure, the people who loves PF, they should stick to PF. I want just to tell the people that we have seen people like the former Secretary General Winter Kabimba. He was the Secretary General. When he left PF, he formed his own political party. He didn't go with the structures. And the people who are going now to Tonse Alliance, that is an illegal. But the problem is that I won't be shy to call upon our brother Zuma and Zimba also. He has also contributed. He's the one who is contributing this confusion in Tonse, because he's saying, why Edgar Lungu left ECO movement. There is no ECO movement. President Edgar Lungu was the president for PF for 7 years. President Edgar Chagwa Lungu he was not the president for NCP. So a lot of people, they are getting confusion because people, they are using the name of the late President Edgar Lungu. May so rest in peace. President Lungu, he was the president for PF. And the people who loves Edgar Lungu are going to stick to what President Edgar Lungu wanted to be all-inclusive. It's unfortunate that our brother, Comrade Brian Munduvire, he has decided to go and join the illegal, and which is unfortunate. Because I've been also asking a question about Mwamba, that the same Tonse, how are they going to recognize Brian Munduvire as a president when he has not been elected as a party president? Because this is the question Zambian people should ask themselves. Even if he becomes the president, he wins, then he's going to be more like what we are seeing today under the UPND. Because a person who aspires for president, he must follow the constitution and he must follow the rules. People should see that this is the person who wants to lead the Zambian people. And the other, as I conclude, is that you leaders, our leaders, you must protect the Zambians. Don't protect yourselves to be president. A president, if God has chosen that you're going to be a president, you're going to be president. But the problem is that most of our leaders, especially these who are aspiring, they have tried to disrespect President Ruvinda. They try to put, like you have said, there's too much lies. No, it's Nashala Neka party and so forth. But look at how he worked hard in Chawama. He worked very hard in Chawama. Mwamba, I was there in Chawama. Honorable Given Ruvinda, Mausa, Mpashi, Mbakambwiri, I salute them. People
Okay,
of
Zephaniah.
Chawama, they even said
Zephaniah,
that
there are so many calls. Let's try
thank you
to.
very
Yeah,
much.
yeah. Hello, I've got a caller here. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Hello?
Hello, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from. Ah, Mayo, Barishani.
Ifo tulifewino tulepa pafye.
Mkwani.
Ifile chitika. And you know the sad part is if you say Areranda Basata. Educated people are cowards. Chachine, his words have come to pass. From the rules which were written, even when launch Tonse, PF as the anchor party, we were supposed to elect a president amongst ourselves as PF. Or you watch time major as the winner or to Atwala Tonse. No, but I'm wondering how my learned lawyer has gone direct to Tonse and filed in his nomination one. No, it is also legit to call for a meeting. Bamwambanga mulebukisha ilya meeting ine na chitile ku attend. Ilya bale fokutuma ama youth. Isn't it the same bakule elyo basuvya chali kosa bana kachinda na balubinda baile babusha? What did he say? He lowered himself that it's only Rubinda who can go for a meeting. It's him who said that. So what has changed? As I conclude, I'm urging our party structures for all these years. Mauza related confusion tamwamu konkere. Chavinga lina mateka tamwamu konka. Eke edifyo omutima, ifintu fiala londoloka. By the way, you didn't give an example of Frederick Chiruba, how he became a president. For how long? Because he was in the opposition. When people want change, at least they are looking for a leader whom I strongly believe is going to emerge. And chimocho bale vepa ba mwambe nfune mranda tuma politics mwadi bobufi. The last Central Committee which I attended, It was allowed that all these presidential candidates who want to meet in the structures, they are free to do so as long as they write to the secretariat, then the secretariat writes to the provincial chairperson. That's how Mutsemu Makebia started moving around. Tapadi obalese shokuchita ukuya mkulanda nama structures. So bamundu bire nimpo boy birima aba birima alatabaya, and me I feel so sad that bamundu they can technically knock himself out of the race. Anyway, we are watching and we are waiting to see what will happen next.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There are so many calls, and I'll try to get as many calls as possible. The instructions are very clear. That Tonse grouping is illegal. They can do whatever they want. They can even come up with a presidential candidate. We have no problem. The key instruction is very simple. PF members, if you call yourself a PF member, you cannot participate in that process. It's illegal. I think that's a differentiating point. Hello, caller. Please be short in your submissions. There are so many people that are trying to call.
Yeah, Mwamba.
And time kwa bombeni.
Amashu mulero ndora nayo mfika. Mulenga Boniface kuchingala.
Mkwai.
Nayo mfika. Mailo na mulei bukisha ali mitsataki mwema leaders bwe wali wonse kula kumulwaini.
Yes.
Bukisha. Ali mitsataki ifo mushate mwenchalo cha Zambia na bena Zambia. Alelo line tule kompanya. Ichikabirwa. Utungulushi wonso upera nilesa. Takwa boku ipela. Elo bamwe abafayo kuyipela balafira nokubomba mu butungulushi ubutungulushi tulepitamo lero balefu abatulange kulilesa ichirene chinga nomba bamwamba ngefe mulandi chilongano cha PF chavinga tapokapo because as apoka ali nokuya nabantu ayafyeka ngefe bamubomvya efe ayirena bamawo samba nabo bayirefe bireka tabayire nabantu nomba peleni ichakubalirapo respect sana ama structure, because ama structure eyasunga PF noko na ola ama structure wa UPND na ola ama structure utambira panshi inoitana kumuleta likishanya ngamwalire ko talikishanya so mubalire po kutasha ama structure akuchirisha bekala charo cha Zambia aba misungire chipani cha PF no wanda mule mwena abantu balirima even ngatwabwerera kunuma abachimbero bafumina mu chipani cha PF tabayire na abantu balishiri abantu no basendere bamo bali bana stranded bayisasanga na position bali bapoka bayisayisa kuli ba GBM ndese mbalire po abantu nokubwera bambukula bwera lero bonso omuntu ala lubabwera batichireka bilo pali inonsta ikale ni panchi cho telefone ni unity.
Thank you, Vane. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. I've got one of a colleague and a brother of mine, and we are in the same boat. Honorable Emmanuel Banda, former Petauke member of Central Committee. I can see you have been calling. I'm sorry the calls are so many, but make your contributions, my brother.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Emmanuel Mwamba. Ambassador Emmanuel Mwamba, I've heard what you have explained to the people. Ambassador Emmanuel Mwamba, what you have explained, the issue of MMD, the issue of PF in 2014, and what is happening currently. Ambassador Mwamba, you know very well to say, in 2014, we had a party. We had a party which PF papers were in our hands. Even if we were fighting, but we had the papers. But today, we are fighting, but we don't have papers. Let me take you back, Ambassador Emmanuel Mwamba, when ECL decided to come up with an alliance. Ambassador Mwamba, ECL, when he saw to say the party has been gotten by Maos and the government, ECL said, I'm coming back into politics because I want to protect what Satan left in my hands. And when he said that I want to protect it to bring back PF, which Satan left, I'm supposed to do what? My plan now, I need to come up now with the alliance. I asked him, so why alliance now? He said, look, right now, the way they have gotten PF, which means me, I've been undressed. I don't have powers now. I can't now discipline any member of parliament. And you know Mwamba very well to say, members of parliament, you can discipline them, to whip them. If they fail to follow the three-line whip, they're supposed to do what? They will be either expelled from the party or what? That's why always they will abide to the party condition to vote in parliament. But ECA was stripped his powers on his MPs by Mao Samba and Magiven Lubinda for that convention which they had on the independence in 2023. So ECL said, let me come up with the alliance. But we asked ECL to say, why can't you ask PF to come up with alliance? He said, no, for now, since PF they have undressed me, let me now go with the alliance. The same party, they will dress me up. When they dress me up, I'll call now the PF to come and join the alliance. That's why he went to the alliance alone with his friends. He never went with the PF to go and to come up with the alliance. No. Emmanuel Mwamba, and you know very well, you yourself, you remember very well. But after that now, he asked those, and those the opposition, the same opposition today who are insulted to say, Nashala Neka party.
Is that cut? Honorable JJ Banda, please call back. Please call back. Please call back. I think his line is cut. Hello, caller.
Hello, Ambassador Mwamba.
Hello.
Okay, my name is Sinyangwedani.
Mr. Sinyangwedani, make your contributions.
When you started the program, Ambassador Mwamba, you brought that video, what Nakachinda was saying. And what Nakachinda was saying is what I would say, the word trust. We need to always honor that. We need to be people that are speaking with the truth. So what I would say is, there is no way you can claim to be a party person that loves the party, but you are busy stabbing the party and wanting to gain fame. If you are going to be a leader is to service the people. I'll give you Bamwamba. People want to use this CEO name and say, no, ECO did this. Bamwamba, you are one of the people that used to be close school by ECO. Even Kuma Koti Mariana by ECO. I've never heard you say, no, this is what ECO was saying. No, let's not use ECO to gain a political mileage. We've seen now what is the truth and what is on the ground. And for those people that love PF and want the best for this country, let us follow Given Winda, who is now the party president. And then in February, those people that want to stand and challenge the presidents of PF, come forward. And then the winner, every loving PF member is going to go behind that person, and we are going to face this government. The confusion that are happening in PF, now we know where they are coming from, and we don't even need to hide. And I feel sorry for people that want to behave and pretend that you cannot be a leader when you are not following rules. Let's obey the party rules and the structures. Like Mamumbi Piri and everyone is saying, PF is in the structures. You can, today, where is most people that left PF? They leave PF, but they never go with the people. If you talk about Benewita Kabimba, so many people left PF, but where are they? So let's not lose direction. Thank you, Ambassador Mwamba.
Thank you very much. Please be brief. There are so many calls on the line, and I'm encouraging my dear brother, JJ Banda is a very critical voice that he should call back. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Yeah, Katindo Nicholas, popularly known as Imbira ya Mushitwa ya Sukira.
Kwa imbira ya Mushitwa ya Sukako.
Thank you so very much for kuntumina kanavesa.
Kwa endesha ni landeni po amafonzi ya fula.
Okay, kanavesa. Kanavesa inokulanda kwa ndini nku. Honorable Rubinda, vali kwa teshu kwelikalamba sana. Ili kuchita organize na kuchita mobilize Tonse Alliance. Ukulanda pe buchinkana buchine ichalengere ba lungu ba forming Tonse Alliance shalande uka. Ni pamulandu wakutira ati bali mweno kutira ati EPF tuipoke kuli aka indechilema. Ichalengere ba forming Tonse Alliance. Sorry aba forming Tonse Alliance ni pamulandu wanchi nga sinduna kuma mukulola mukusosa ali ni plan B ali ni plan B okay batu poke HTPF taka tuwese shoyi waka indechire kanchi katuwonke plan B kwisa kolonga nikaba bantu wonse muri plan B sorry ama political parties ukwisa plan B yaba kolonga nikama political parties ba ECL tabali bize bakoserera kuri TPF Ninki patibadi shibati PF iti wapa nomba mwela ama paper yonze yali kwisa kuli aka indechile. So plan B kolonga nikaba bulena banani ama political na mwisho wa Mwamba imwemo mwali. So ikwe mkuipipya ero nomba warubinda baisine bashile vaya barungu South Africa warubinda cho wali ingiro kuchita kukosa amano kuma structures ukwambira kuma sections ukwisa kana kwisa kuma words ama
Baimbira ya Mushi Enu, at least he has made his point. Hello caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Good evening, Ambassador Mwamba.
Good evening, my dear brother. Who are you? Tell us your name if you want to, and tell us where you are calling us from.
This is Honorable Francis Kapyanga.
My dear brother, Honorable Kapyanga. Mwabomben mwantu wa kwalesa. Honorable Francis Kapyanga, to our dear viewers, is our member of parliament from Mpika and is one of those resolute MPs who didn't vote for Bill 7. Thank you, Honorable, for your strength and for standing, with the people of Zambia.
Thank you so much, and you are welcome.
Yo landeni povane.
Natotera sana. Echakubalira pofye ndefane mwe no kumitasha pamilimo ikalambe omuwomba. Iya kuluira bena Zambia. Temulimo wayanguka na nomba tatuli na imwe kuno kuchalo cheso muli kumbi. Tepamulandu wakuluira olupwalo lelo ni pamulandu wakuluira chalo cheso. Wakalamba kuilia shi lia tonse edo nala yankula popante milandu na ifura. I'll take you back a little bit. My boss elo efindelanda kutibambika pa record. Icha kubalira pofye. My boss abene umweo wabuna utushe mchibote. Eba imishe ba mundubire. Ukwebati ba mundubire bachite run for Patriotic Front Presidents. Ine panolesa limpalilo kukwate shuko papwa na bwaiche bwandi ukutemuikwa kuli ba boss. Ba boss bali tweetire. Nokutupela instruction. Mwe bana bandi supporteni uyu. Efyo twatire bamufyashinga walanda ifote twikale. Twayamba okubutauka na ila instruction. Ila instruction twaishire ila bakofye ilio ba boss abene bachimone cyano kwebati balingira okubwera no kwisalwira bena Zambia. Ba boss babwera mu active politics twakonkanya poku lwenkondo ya ba boss. Bamdala ngamuleibukisha ilio ba boss bapangire uka. A lot of these senior PF members were against Nauka. Ivukisheni ila meeting twakwete mu 2024 kunganda kuli bakalimi. Mumenso ya members of parliament na members of central committee abengi babosi batile icho mpangire chichintu kutira mukwata apa kwikala PF ibasendo kupitira muri mao zampa tabaka tupe elio tabaka suminisho uli onse pali baimwe ukuya chitare register political party iyanyu nomba nde umfo kwe bati mwebe ndi mule ilishanya ba boss bali landeno kulando kwe bati in fact nga chakuti kuti chasuminishiwa na ine wine pano limbi kwali bafe na mapingi yakwe bati kuti banchitana clear. Remember that meeting kulia kwa chuko mwali nde yukisha.
Yes,
Unganda kuli bakalimi kusibu arrest.
Well,
Yes. Yes.
You know, Honorable Kalimi came from prison, and one of the meetings we had was there. Yonde Bushayama.
Mkwae. So nomba, muku ya kwanshi tabali ama senior PF members, some senior PF members, tabale kilokulwa inkondo ya muuka. Mpaka kwa isabo kwe batika tupange tonse. Kwa boku panga tonse. Efyo kwa boku la efyo fine mu tonse fyongo, mu PF fyongo. Bakalamba. Ile lo kwa shala 4 months. Ukuya kuma nominations. I am a councillors, members of parliament, na president wine. Ifo wonse pano tatukwete echipani. Tatukwete PF yalia, ichipani balishtisha tulomba fyefi pani. Conference yoine takwaba kutira tuye conference 4 years. 5 years yapwa nomba. Bakalamba. Iyo batonse, ba mundubira is just a leader mutonse. Is a parliamentary liaison committee chairperson.
Bane, Honorable Kapianga, you know, when we are in public, we have to be honest to one another. And unfortunately, because we are speaking to the countries listening, we have to be very honest to one another. Wa mundubile niba chair parliamentary affairs mutonse.
Yes.
Balubinda
That's what I said.
niba acting president mutonse. Ba mumbipiri niba chair women's affair. Ine panondi nshashita resign. Nine spokesperson wa tonse.
Ine ukonsha chifikako.
Yeah, so that's, we have to make it very clear. Iyo meeting yaliko, iyo meeting yaliko 2 weeks ago pa WhatsApp group. Vaibat vatamfya PF, vatamfya Luvinda. We issued a statement that process is illegal. So, iyo mle itati tonse, ichipani from 2 weeks ago, it has put it on record and it went to the Central Committee that process at the so-called Tonse is illegal. It's actually a faction. So in Nepanondi, appointed by President Lungu, tetinje vati nine spokesperson kuri idia Tonse idi kuria. So we have to be very clear there.
You have had time ya kulondolola vena Zambia fi mwachilondolola nomba na ifoni time yesu ukuchita project ya ma opinions yenu pali umula basamwa topela bwino.
Okay. I just thought we could work together with facts. Because apo mwacheba ati yo bamundu wenwa chair of parliamentary affairs.
Niwa parliamentary liaison chairperson.
I was just putting it in context because we were all appointed by the same person. Yeah, we are all appointed by the same person. I was appointed by President Lungu.
The vice chairperson ni bachifumu banda.
Okay, pariabali niwa.
Yes. So now decisions in these organizations, Ambassador Mwamba, are not made by an individual. They are collectively made. Tonse had a meeting. And in that meeting, President, the PF candidate also who is acting president, Honorable Luvinda, took a motion to Tonse meeting, wanting to introduce Socialist Party as the special purpose vehicle for Tonse Alliance, against the background that President Lungu had left the NCP and the FDD. Tonse members in unison decided to expel Honorable Luvinda from Tonse.
No. Honorable Francis, Honorable Kapianga, tubeko clear hapo. It was a matter for the by-election in Kasama. And Luvinda brought that issue to both PF and Tonse. And Luvinda was chairing that meeting when he brought that proposal of the Socialist Party. It was brought down. I remember even people like Chanoda Ngwira were quite very strong in that meeting. Luvinda chaired that meeting and accepted the decision of Tonse that there was no reason to change the special purpose vehicle. And on this program, I had announced that that proposal came from Chawama, because somehow, I don't know how Luwinda promised Fred Membe that he would be supported in Chawama, in Kasama, because he had supported us in Chawama. That issue brought problems even in the Central Committee. Number one, Socialist Party is not a member of Tonse. So how do you adopt it? They've never signed documents. Luwinda chaired that meeting, and on the floor he was defeated. He accepted the decision. So that is not the reason Luwinda was removed. No. If you look at your own communication, it is none to do with that.
I am part of Tonse, by the way. I was appointed by President Lungu.
Yeah.
I'm in the Tonse Council of Leaders.
Yes.
And Ambassador Mwamba, I thank you so much for that information. Ambassador Mwamba, let me now go back to the issue of PF.
Yeah.
Today, Ambassador Mwamba, all members of parliament for PF, councillors and council chairpersons, they don't know which party they will stand on.
I agree.
Even those who are aspiring in various constituencies do not know which party they will stand on.
That is a great anxiety
of the current leadership of the Patriotic Front. Our people have been asking for direction. 5 years now, that direction has not been given. Okay, if I was Honorable Luwinda, with due respect, he's my acting president. When he is on that throne, on that city, people still ask for direction. What does that mean? They want someone they can give the mandate. It could be him, it could be Ambassador Mwamba, it could be anyone else. That chance has not been availed. He is a candidate, Ambassador Mwamba, and as a candidate, he's been expelling and suspending members of the Patriotic Front Central Committee who are aligned to Honorable Brian Mundubire, including me. I've been threatened with suspensions by that illegal Deputy Secretary General for Administration. That position does not even exist in our party constitution.
Honorable Kapianga, to our dear listeners, is right about that. Unfortunately, I came on this platform where I called for the reinstatement of Emmanuel Msonda Mpankata, Brenda Nyirenda, Christopher Shaka Fuswa, and others. I spoke very strongly on this platform. I said we are very fragile. We cannot allow suspensions. In fact, I stated that basata bale chitanga tulea conference bale chitalifta ma suspensions yonse. And that has been the spirit in the PF. So you are right. This disciplinary action, for me, I've said there should be reluctance in how we deal with them. But unfortunately, came Bill 7, which complicated the issue of reinstatement for the 6. Because among the 6, at least 3 didn't vote. I think Honorable Brenda Nyirenda did not vote. Mpankata voted for Bill 7. Shaka Fuswa voted for Bill 7. But there were private, there were individuals like Chipiri in Kasama, I think inside the PF, for me, what I brought it here, that we need unity, not disunity. In fact, we should suspend all these expulsions and suspensions. We should build the party and allow the conference to take place. It is going to resolve 90% of our problems. So, Konkanya Nipo.
Thank you so much once again. That has not happened. Where are we as a party? Our structures are being taken over by other political parties, including the UPND. That does not worry our party president. Our party president is not even worried that the Zambian people are calling every day on the Patriotic Front to get united. Everyone is just obsessed with Honorable Brian Mundubire. What kind of an approach to politics could that be? Because people, Ambassador Mwamba, should listen to what the citizens want. I'll give you an example, Ambassador Mwamba. When Chama cha Mapinduzi in 2015 was going to the elections, it was at its weakest. they were going to lose that election because they had checked out important people such as John Pombe Magufuli and Dr. Lowassa. Dr. Lowassa reinforced the opposition under Chadema. And they decided to do a research. What should we do for us to survive? Their findings were that Tanzanian people needed a person with leadership qualities such as John Pombe Magufuli. They want to beg him, come back to active politics. We want you to be our candidate. And he agreed. What followed was a victory, not just for John Pombe Magufuli, not just for CCM, but for the Tanzanian people who loved their country. Today, what you people in the Patriotic Front are doing is just to self-save yourselves and not the Zambian people. Today, we are having this conversation openly so on the platform, which should have been a conversation within the confines of our party offices.
Kapianga, you are a leader. You are a leader, and many PF members are listening. What's your advice as you conclude? Give us advice.
My advice is that I know your diplomatic acumen. Even in this, Ambassador Mwamba, you've negotiated, you've resolved conflicts. Bigger conflicts than this one. This is just a petty conflict of, people who want to prioritize their interests. Prevail over some of these people.
Thank you.
Talk to them.
Particularly
our acting president. He should call for a conference like yesterday. And like you call for a conference, people pay 200 kwachas, you stop the process. And now it becomes like that scam for Impia Shavala and Danashi for Matumeni and RC. We need to go to the conference and save the party like yesterday. This is what President Isata and President Lungu would have loved us to do. Let's ask ourselves, if these two people were alive and they are our former presidents, what would they have loved us to do? Is this the best we can honor them with? No. No.
Yes, thank you.
We are disappointing the Zambian people. We are disappointing Michael Sata in his grave. We are disappointing President Lungu, who is not even yet buried. Ambassador Mwamba, please take charge and bring these people together.
Thank you very much.
You have the necessary diplomatic credentials that can help the Patriotic Front to resolve these issues.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's a challenge to me by Honorable Francis Kapianga, and he's one of those brave, youthful, courageous leaders. And I was just hailing him for not voting for Bill 7. Thank you once again, Francis Kapianga. You speak from the heart and from the love of our country, and I respect your views. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Good evening, Ambassador Mwamba.
Good evening.
Tandiwe Ketis Ngoma, calling you from Slovenia.
Our dear sister, the analyst. Make your contributions, my sister.
Okay. No contribution, Yandi. Therefore, it's in the form of a question. If one wants to be a leader, he needs to accept that he can also be led. So, therefore, kuipusha. Vamundu vile. Bale foku baba leader. He wants to be the president of Zambia someday. But what he's been doing, the present leadership speaks something else. Why has he found it very difficult to respect Waluvinda, who is there as the acting president of the party? Most of the moves he's been taking just exposes him. Waluvinda is the president of the party before the PF Tamlaya convention. Waluvinda is there. The MPs, including Makapianga Bafumo Mkulandapo, has been disrespecting Waluvinda in some way. Ukuya convention, kuya. But the disrespect that Waluvinda has taken, from the MPs, including Wamunduvile, is so worrying. Wamunduvile nga balefu okubasala. How will he feel? Ngabali in the shoes of Baluvinda, to be disrespected the way he has disrespected Baluvinda. How would he feel? Everybody's there to see. Just in general. The people that support Baluvinda, sorry, Bamunduvile. I'll give an example like Chanuda. Chanuda Ngwira has disrespected Baluvinda. I would say, sorry to use this strong term, like Kuba Fulafi. He's been so disrespectful. And Chanuda Ngwira is the right-hand man for Munduvile, including Chandanonde. And these are the people for Munduvile. They've been disrespecting. No, why? If people are to vote for him someday, how will he feel if people can rise against him the way? So my contribution is that in as much as he's pushing to be a leader, he also needs to respect leadership. He needs to respect leadership. That stance is taken. Inofyo na ishivati Bamunduvile never PF member of parliament. Everything that has to happen should have the blessing of the party. We saw Bamunduvile going kuli yotonse okobaide as, I don't know, he went there as who? We saw those directives given by Baluvinda and the Patriotic Party team, party, to say no one should do this, no one should do this. But Bamunduvile went and filed in to be the president there. And not only that, we also saw a memo where they're saying should not create parties within structures within the party. And Bamunduvile has done that. He appointed some I saw where he appointed two provincial chairpersons to be in his committee against the party. So is that not disrespect? So in as much as you are talking about reconciliation, what is Bamunduvile's part in this reconciliation? Should it only be about him? Should it only be about him? Why should you say abantu babamundubire batamfishe abantu babamundubire bamundubire bali panga abantu muchipano pakwatu mambo okulanda batamfishe efi Bampakata was one of the people who voted for Bill 7. If I remember you correctly, you said Mpakata could have done that out of frustration. Bill 7 is not a PF project. Bill 7 has affected everybody in the country. This is not about a party, but Mpakata went ahead to do that so that Wakalife Bamundubire. And you call that politics? Where is the patriotism? He had to do that because he was
Curtis, the suspension of Honorable Emmanuel Mpankata wasn't done after Bill 7. This was before the conference that was scheduled for 29th November. So Honorable Winda came and removed those 6. I think we were discussing that in that light. This is before Bill 7. I just wanted to clarify.
Yes. So now, afterwards, we were discussing reasons why some of the members could have voted. And I think if I remember correctly, you mentioned something. For this one, he could have been frustrated because of this. For this one, but when it came to Mpakata, you said for Mpakata, the person who's been the chairman for, I don't know that position, but Mpakata could have voted because out of frustration. So if you were to ask me...
No, again, let me clarify. When I described those that voted, for example, I gave Christopher Kangombe said he had made amendments to the bill. Shaka Fuswa is the one that said in Lusaka, he had held Lusaka together. and then he was punished. For Emmanuel Mpankata, I said the police were waiting for him a night before, just like Dr. Chitalu Chilufya. These were visited by the police. So I just wanted to clarify again there.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I move
But go to your point. Yeah, just go to your point.
Okay, so I move away from Pakata. I talk about Shakafuswa. Why should Shakafuswa be frustrated? Because he's been retrieved. He's been relieved of his duty, his role as an MCC. So he has to vote. Luvinda. Why? And these are the leaders. These are the leaders that want to take over the country. You are voting out of emotions. That Bill 7 has nothing to do with PF. It has everything to do with Zambia. But he went ahead and did that. And then you come and you start telling people, no, let's reconcile. Which reconciliation can happen with this hypocrisy? Hypocrisy. You can't talk of reconciliation if you cannot respect your leader. No matter how much you disagree with Balubinda, he still deserves respect. Not the way you've disrespected Balubinda. MPs, most of you've disrespected Balubinda. And you need to be taught just the way it is. Even if you disagree with him, but at least the way you've done things just shows it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Tandiwe Keti Singoma is a prolific writer. You must have met her write-ups. She's very, very strong, and she's got a very powerful analytical mind. She lives in Slovenia. She has received threats for telling truth to power. She's very strong on Hakainde Hichilema, and I really, really, duly respect her. Thank you, Tandiwe, for those remarks. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Hello, this is from Livingston.
Bamwewa from Livingston, Landenipo. There are so many calls, Landenipo.
First of all, topic here, PF. It's quite engaging. Because everyone is looking forward to a leader to emerge from the PF. Now, just a quick one, but what is transpiring, like my situations here, I think Munduvire, for me, I can say, is a very ambitious man. I think even before Dr. Edgar Chagwarungu died, I think somewhere in 2024, even before Dr. Edgar Chagwarungu even left South Africa, he had those ambitions of overtaking the Tons Alliance. Now, what Bamunduvire and his supporters must know is that, one, AMA members of PF throughout the country and the structures, they understand the hierarchy of the Patriotic Front. So, very popular. Yeah, popular background in PF. So, I remember the other day, Mwamba, you were talking something to say. He period 3 more, especially on what is happening in Tons Alliance. Bambia Makarias, we say the Bala Pangika, Bambia Makarias, we are leadership ya PF utakuwa ukisa na ma shortcuts. Leadership ya PF, according to the way Michael Tabachi designed, someone has to be faithful and trustworthy to lead the PF. So what is happening now, like I'm a candidate PF, I'm a candidate 11. But why is it that only one man is the one who is seeing the agency, is the one who is in a hurry, is the one who is trying to put moves here and there? I think for me, exit, Bamundvera Vishoma consequences, actions, and the party is very, very clear on that. So, for me, I'm very happy that Martins Panga because Bamundvera has caused a lot of problems in the Patriotic Front. So, if you never say Chawama, the Kenya Bonsava Pangechongo, Bonsava Kuitama selfish interest, so that we remain with people that are clear and that people that are ready to take this country forward. Bamundvera to Vashe, the Ken Vai of Invalia, as the PF will forge forward without him. Parece sana problems out. If you look at even my MPs, Balabala and that, no, everyone has endorsed the money. Look at how they voted in parliament. They all went for Bill 7. Now, what kind of a leader is he?
We have 55 MPs. 25 didn't vote. You should remember that. 30 are the ones that voted. So again, let's not put a blanket statement. 25 didn't vote. Yo lelo tule lulwa. Okay, thank you very much. Let's take other calls. Yeah, hello caller. Let's take your calls and kindly be brief. Who's calling?
Hello, Ambassador.
Mkwai Mwabombeni.
Mkwai Ambassador Mwimputula. Atsakamana chushina na platform na yana watu Jack na Atsakamana. Ambassador itakuwa wali na position alaso sa chakwe wati chichipani. Basa tapa kuchipanga wali rombera mano kulilesa. Sho babikire na ten commandments okupangeti. Baje abakalisa na rumbo kulile ten commandments. Yali ambilo kubatunguru. So ina chindeka ningepya kuba ambassador. Kumwambire i platform. Turanda pabena ganja twara basunga sha. Ngaba akapyanga. Kabonfo kweba tipaliwa ili ashiria buya ndanyi. Ili akweba twaisa basabi kaka poti baranda kuchalo. Ngecha baleta lino akapyanga. Chinshi. Oro number 2. Ama structures ya PF. Kaya onaika kunarami pera typical example. Kuchirira bombwe. Chirira bombwe eko aba Minister of Mines wa UPND. Poka busuri. Again, eko aba former Minister of Mines, MP former Musukwa. Kuchirira bombwe ama structures yali ba intact. Secretary okoi. Ba constituency okobali. Ba district okobali. Mwaliumfapo ukweba jo Musukwa Aisa nangu wali kuchirira bombwe ama structures yonse ya PF era pera Musukwa muchinshi baona arepo barabene ba MP ebarondera ama structures ifire chitika okukuli barubinda so yo ingarando kweba ti barubinda waya ukya ku convention kusale ntungurushi ama structures yaonaika uyo wabufi oro wa mundubire techiwale yati bapanga ama structures yali ba intact ukushaba intact ni kuntungurushi kumurukulya ama structures yarolera fa kuchita introduce intungurushi wonse baraba MP abaponene mu PF n'abaponene wonse balisunga ama structures nama members baramukumana bali ama former MPs beba ne fintu ifire chitika so reri ashira kubutuka bwangu atyo nishi winga butukiro kuri uwafi olefo kuba president olefo kuba president ambassador olefo kuba president nomba nisho wafiriro kusovo uwafi wa barubinda wa butukira kura kuma structures uko aba intact kama branches intact wa what intact wa section intact na mali gari abali kwata na information bararolero kuba parent tungurushi nomba chinsho wara butukira kulioko ifire okubentungurushi cause pakoya kulia ufire wa anombanishi wa ntungurushi na bakusara convention yapita nomba chinshi cyabashupa sana ukoya mukuchita temper uko abafe tondoro uko aba intact bonse ba PF balishi befire chitika ero tu le Sofia aba abomba ma mysterious way because abantu bambyo kubatamfya chale to wafya so mwe bantu bakwareza mwe fintunga vile chitikani kusuma ukoko tulea na koko tuafika epara barando kwebati ukusaurule ndao ba mwamba muri babembana imwe kutumwa mwakwirishapo so wonse ba PF original members kyonse fifire chitika bane tutotereresa bantu limbi nga twalisara na bapitreo abakutuchitashani Yuta Scariot. So kyonse fifire chitika apanomba twamukusuruka. Twara shara fenomba bakaere. Nentungurushi nama election yakapita pyaubwino ichi chimfurunganya chaisa chire chara twala chara fyara ifitwaro ebisuma efi byawe nentungurusha itwara sara itutungurule bakapyanga nishitamwale ishira pa platform apa para batondoro
awo bakapyanga balesa uyu babepesha bakapyanga balesa bakapyanga iwe bakapyanga balesa just hold on bakapyanga balesa pano pa platform awe bakapyanga balesa pa platform. Okay now let's begin to resolve it this way. All my phones are ringing. I don't want to deprive of anyone of any opinion. One of the things you can do is go to my page, make a comment. I'll follow on the comment. Don't be malicious. I've seen others are insulting on them. But go to my page and make your submission. I'll read it here. All the phones, even private numbers, because I'm talking to PF, they know my private numbers. Even my private numbers are ringing other than the public one. So go to my page, those that are not going through, and make your comment, and I'll lift it from there and I'll read. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mwamba Verified. Don Oscar, I'm calling from Italy. Good evening.
But Father Donosco, good evening, my dear pastor, priest. Please make your contribution. He's a Catholic priest based in Italy.
Thank you so much, Mwamba. I wouldn't enter into the question of the fight between who is supporting who. So because that is an internal fight, I think it is healthy that in the PF you are fighting, you're supporting some members, you're supporting some candidates. So I'm not going to enter into that incidence. I would like, I heard Honorable Francis Kapyanga, he was on your platform, and Francis Kapyanga mentioned different issues. I would like to, I respect Francis Kapyanga, quite a very wonderful member of parliament. And I think he really served the face of the MPs who were suspected to have been bribed during the voting of Bill 7. Now that put aside, my question, and I would like Francis Kapyanga, if he's there, I would like Honorable Kapyanga to listen carefully. Bamwamba, on the 23rd of January, the Tonsi Alliance Electoral Commission held nominations or elections. On the 23rd of January, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday, 23rd of January. So when they hold the nominations, what was supposed to be nominated were 1, Tonsi Alliance chairperson, candidates 2. Number 2, first vice chairperson for the Tonsi chairperson, candidates 2. Third, second vice chairperson, candidates only 1 candidate, and she was a woman candidate by the name of Exilda Mwenya. Now I would like colleagues, Mungu fweko wino pali point up. I hope you understand this. But Tonsi Alliance, Tonsi Alliance, which was under Danny Pule and other colleagues. So now, the chairperson, 2 candidates. First vice chairperson, 2 candidates. Second vice chairperson, only 1 candidate, and that candidate is Madam Exilda Mwenya. For those who are listening, listen to this information carefully, please. Who is Madam Exilda Mwenya? she was working together with Pumulo Stumbeko. Some of you call her Queen Pumi, who formed a New Era Democratic Party. And that party, New Era Democratic Party, Madam Exuda Mwenya has to take the president of the founder, who was Pumulo Stumbeko. That was 2 years ago. So, Exuda Mwenya came from New Era Democratic Party, and she took the position of Pumulo Stumbeko. Next step, listen carefully. She goes to Uka. She goes to Uka, and in Uka she had a small position there. ECL comes out from Uka, goes away from Uka. Madam Exuda Mwenya follows ECL. She goes away from Uka. She follows by ECL. And what happens was ECL now reaches South Africa. He is undergoing health issues. And in South Africa, there was Dr. Zumani, who was responsible for administration of the Facebook Facebook page of ECL, Dr. Zumani, and some other people maybe, but Dr. Zumani was also there. What happened was ECL goes to Tonse, and Madam Exuda Mwenya is nominated by ECL as Deputy Chair Lady nationwide. I repeat, she was nominated as Deputy Chair Lady nationwide. So what happened was people were concerned, and they called, how come ECO nominated Madam Exuda Mwenya to be Deputy Chair Lady Tonse nationwide? Why they were Mumbipiri, they were Nani Kanyabo, all those UPND strong diehards, the women, the former members of parliament, former cabinet ministers. How come Exuda Mwenya was voted as deputy chair lady for Tonse Alliance nationwide? What happens? We come, I'm not going to mention some of the particulars. We come now to understand that our Ishina Dava Exuda Mwenya, te ECL, it's somebody else. ECL came to find out the story and the reality and the real story about the woman by Exuda Mwenya. ECL had to stop her from holding that position. Aparomba bali mutonse ba nani kan bali mutonse ba ECL. Exuda Mwenya was suspended from that position. What happens to this woman? She goes and start now having some discussions with the Honorable Hari Kalaba. Mumfa winu by Honorable Hari Kalaba. From Honorable Hari Kalaba, by Exuda Mwenya came to be found that, well, she has been moving in all these...
Father, I'm taking concern. Exuda is not here. And you are going to a large extent to define her and her political career and her choices. That is an unhealthy debate, unless I can have assurance that Exuda will call back. I think go to the larger principle.
Okay.
Yeah, go to the larger principle. Abandon the issue of Exuda Siame. Unless I have a number of Mwenya Exuda Mwenya. Abandon her. It would be unfair to use this platform to attack or expose her. Especially that she may not have a right to reply.
Yes, what was my principle? But what was my principle was this.
Yes, I think go to the principle.
Second vice chairperson of the Tonse of Brian and Nani kind of Danny Pule is only the same person, Exuda Mwenya. no competitive, no challenger. And she has been declared on the 23rd as the sole vice chairperson of the Tonse of Wadanipure. Now, the question I remain and I conclude. What is this telling Babran Mundubile? What is this telling Batonse Alliance? Imwe ba PF ikaleni lakini ko munganda omwene mulaka mwebene mulalaka fichifyo bwinonga mwalaka omwene munganda mulaka lakini ko and give the people what they are asking. Abantu baleka bila fiati lanshanye bapeni felida chapwa abantu bachula na totela mkwayo.
Thank you, Father. Thank you very much, and thank you for understanding. I can't see Honorable JJ Banda's call. Honorable JJ Banda, I ask that you call back, and I hope that you can call back. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from. Yes, we can hear you. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
I think I will elect to remain anonymous and just make a few comments. And it's a very interesting and probably very important program that you're running today. And I'm very glad that I can add my voice to this. So, number one, and I'll try to be very quick. Number one, they claim that former President Edgar Chagwa Lungu said that the party should support Brian Mundubile. They claim that Honorable Kapyanga made. I think that is hearsay. It's hearsay. It's he wanted to slip it into the public so that people begin to think that, oh, Edgar Lungu selected Brian Mundubile. I think it's misleading. And I think it is just cheap politicking. And I know Kapyanga to be a very intelligent man. And he was supported by Lungu in his bid for parliament in Mpika. But that statement that he made, I think that is pure hearsay, misleading and cheap politicking. There's no public record. There's no statement from the secretariat, from the MCCs. There's no confirmation from the family. Anybody who was close to Lungu, there's nothing like that. Just rumors being recycled as if they were actually facts. Let me also refer to comments made by President KBF when he says there's no one amongst the current presidential candidates, I paraphrase, who can claim to have been a protege of Edgar Lungu, who was closer to Edgar Lungu than Makebi Zulu. And I think that is a statement that people don't make as a claim on behalf of Lungu, but it's a statement that people make because they could see that we saw Makebi Zulu with Lungu everywhere. Even after President Lungu died, may he so rest in peace, we still saw Makebi stand there several months down the line. Today, Makebi Zulu is even vilified over that issue. They tell him, you have the body, you are the Manukula, and so on and so forth. There's evidence that this man in life and in death was close to Edgar Chagwa Lungu. But there's nothing like that about Brian Mundubile. As night and day. You know, Makebi was his personal lawyer, family spokesperson. The evidence is there. No one has to claim anything. Okay, the relationship is a matter of record, no speculation. Now, let me talk about another piece of information and fact, and I'll be quick. Brian Mundubile's close associate, the right-hand man, Chan Danonde, was running Munyaole Facebook page. There is evidence to that. That page, Munyaole, insulted President Hakainde Hichilema and insulted former President Edgar Chagwa Lungu. The screenshots are there. It's documented. When Chandanonde was picked up for that offense, the matter mysteriously disappeared, I think, within a week. No follow-up, no prosecution, no accountability, nothing. Nobody has said anything about it. And this is not an isolated instance. Several individuals associated with Brian Mundubile have had legal matters that simply stalled. And where some people have been, they've come out of prison and things just disappear. Zambians are not blind. Patterns are visible, okay? We can see what's going on. So some people might think that they're fooling anybody. They're fooling themselves. Secondly, the Patriotic Front is desperate for renewal. It's a fact. We've been talking about rebranding. But rebranding cannot succeed when the same rejected faces that contributed to KF losing, that brought that tag of card the reason, that same team is repackaged as new leadership. Doesn't work. We're talking about people like Davis Whelan, Kennedy Gamba, and others. These are the very faces the public rejected. Yet today, they form the core team of Honorable Brandmund with his political, ambitions. You cannot sell change using the symbols, the same symbols and memories of the things that made us lose. Zambians want renewal, not recycling. And that's the truth. And those were just my couple of points I think I wanted to add to your very, very powerful thought today. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Anonymous. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Good evening, Emmanuel Mwamba.
Good evening.
Mr. Honorable Mwamba, you are doing a very good job. To start with,
Yes, we can hear you. Proceed. Make your contributions.
yes. To start with, let me comment on a very sensitive issue that we are looking at here.
Hold on.
Ambassador, since the time Edgar Chagwalungu appointed our acting president for Patriotic Front, we've lacked leadership. We've lacked leadership, lacked direction, and our leader has failed to organize the party, and in which he has started putting everything that Edgar Chagwalungu enshrined that we should work towards to scatter everything. Look about Plan B. Plan B has been totally derailed. Bamwambande PF. Balubindana baedika mungu kadi kena tifira twakeminine. Numba chamu kami pasha. My brother, hold on. Interest.
Hold on. Continue quickly. Continue. I've got many people waiting.
Because now we should appear to any direction it is controlled by UPND.
Please, caller, continue.
Bamwamba natakuwa chitwalikali na MPF yeye control na ba UPND nisturera ngati na kuba nifo bali MPF nifo ba UPND because the president is Barubinda basta announce that batampi ama MPs aba for PF7 konina smutwa kwa UPND akanya ati abantu bale bashitali store tapali umuntu bale stafaya. Are you telling me that PF ile twikali ndemu nishi muri usuma ndani ya Mwamba isi ingesa chitika ngashaka watu twayikalira muri PND ifire cyashitike kukabushi kuri Bowman na kuri Marangi ba president wesu bikotabara kuba tsiri ile roadmap iya FDD na NCP kila plan B yesu pesa bonzifi lero ntungurushe yesu ya isiya yashinjisha yamba no kusaskata abantu ifire staba brand ndire kwa yeshira yekoti kese kwata intungurushi ya de ya August noma twayikalira muri ba UPND na makoti ya bwata akwete justice atwakeza tupera PF bwino ndene ya PF bakesa tupera ya busufu ndungu ya kuba tikese mkurishikanya na purpose vehicle yesu bamwamba takalo kimbefo ningaranda isinga ya kwa timo mwamba ngarishi wa Edgar Lungu bali kwete agreement na different winda ababita bakeminine nomba ishire tsakamisa kwa tibarubinda bakwata cyane interest rero kwiminina iyo banabo bafwa.
Thank you very much. Thank you for contribution. There's a caller who called from he's got a 44 number. I'm asking you to call back. You were not talking in the microphone. I kept on saying wait, but you kept on talking, so you were not in there. Just call back. Yeah, the +44 number. Hello caller, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from. Mkwai. Mkwai.
I've been advocating for PF for a very long time. Even now, I'm still doing it. I've kept the NTV and stuff. Sometimes I even change the matrix using this.
Okay, my brother, make your contributions quickly.
My contribution what we need, number we need a young person. And we need someone else. By me saying this, I know that I'm in a different various WhatsApp group of our PF who are mobilizing, but I'll just come open to my. If you people can just sit down and say, for example, let us just close my case. His screen.
Tulelanda pali tonse ngafweniko, not pantungulu shipese. Thank you very much and thank you for your view. But let's talk on tonse. Never to achlalondolola. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Good evening, Ambassador. Are you able to get me?
Yes, I can get you.
Okay, and I'm gonna remain anonymous for now.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to be a bit brief, but I'll not dwell so much on a number of issues because I just want to focus on, for me, on the issues that are surrounding the illegal tonse, which people seem not to say it's not illegal. Ambassador, I will start with a question that should be answered by the people who are supporting that meeting that was called by Dan Pule and them, by Fumubanda State Council. I'm very disappointed as a citizen of Zambia because when I look at all those honorable men, like Fumubanda is a state council lawyer. I even understand Munduvile, Brian, he's a lawyer. He's also surrounded by George Tsanga, who's a lawyer, and a lawyer for that matter, even for Patriotic Front. These are people who should be able to interpret the constitution that are guiding the Tonse. Or if there is not constitution in the Tonse, there should be an MOU, which is a memorandum of understanding, which should govern the rules of engagement of the Tonse members. Now, going by what the events have unfolded of Vamunduvile, it's not that we don't like Vamunduvile. No, it's because of his actions that we are speaking against it. His actions are showing that he is not respecting Valuvinda, who is the acting president of the party, EF party. Ambassador, there is no way you as an ambassador, you can go to a meeting, you are in a meeting and you say, no, a quorum was called and they expel PF, which you belong to, and you are okay with that. Question mark. Where is your integrity? Where is your loyalty? Is it loyal to you as Munduvire in that capacity where you are sitting in Tonse meeting? Because if you are there, you are not as PF. Because if you are with PF, you should have told your superiors. In this case, were you assigned to go and sit in that Tonse meeting as the superior who is given Rwinda, who is CL appointed to be the acting president of PF? I think people should be very, very, very honest. I think this is what we should be talking about. They want to not look at issues with integrity and with honest, but with malice. I listened to Kapianga, disappointed with him as an MP who wants to come and change the narrative about Vamunduvide and put things in a context in which they are not. ECL, I've always asked the question to Vamunduvide, let him be very honest. We are not going to repeat ourselves to having another HH in State House. Because Vamunduvire's behavior is that of a treacherous person. He's not been an honest man.
My dear sister, not on this forum. Don't call our leaders. They are all our leaders. Don't call them those names. Please, please.
Okay.
Just make your point. Just make your point.
The point point I'm making, Ambassador, is they are not being honest. Is that okay? Can I use that word?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, they are not being honest because if they are honest, Ambassador, I've given you a scenario where he's in a meeting, they expel your party, and you are okay with that.
No, that's a good point. Yes,
Question
that's
mark.
a good point without calling names, yes. So quickly wind up, make your last remark.
For me, what we should be talking about is let's have people who are honest, people who are trustworthy, people that should not get power through cheating. Like Manawasa once told HH does not mind about how he gets things, but through he doesn't care. Even if it's cheating, we don't want to go there. Let's have people who respect the Constitution. I started by saying these are lawyers who should respect the Constitution, the rules of engagement. They are not able to respect that. How are we going to respect these as leaders who want to aspire to be president of the country? By not following what the Constitution of PF says, by not following what the rules of engagement of the Constitution of Tonse says, but you want us to come and respect you.
Thank
It
you.
is not right.
Thank you very much, my dear sister. Hello, caller. Hello, caller. Please mute your phone. Mute your phone. Caller, mute your phone. Hello, caller. Mute your phone. That's what we put you through. Hello, caller. Yeah, please mute. Yeah, mute the other device, my brother.
All right, okay.
My
Yes,
brother,
good evening, Ambassador Mwamba.
yeah, I told you to hold on, but you kept on talking and you thought you were on air. You were not on air. So now say your piece.
All right. All right, okay. I can now talk, Ambassador.
Yes, you can proceed, my brother.
Okay. I think we are, my name is Howard Mlenga, calling from Leicester, United Kingdom.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we are very unfair to Honorable Brian Mundubile. Honorable Brian Mundubile is honest and is a respectable man. So I think we are being unfair to him. You know, and what we are failing to do as Patriotic Front members and followers is that we are not looking at the root cause of this problem. The root cause of this problem is failing to hold the convention. Okay? Now, and again, the second problem that we have is that both vice join a race. Baba player at the same time Vita hold on to the presidency, Baba football referee. And then at the same time Vambo Kula Tamfia, ama supporters of another person. So these are the problems. If even me, if I were Mundubile, I would do the same. Because we to level the Shaba Fia Chef of Valeta abrogate the constitution or Tabalekon Kama Fundebo File Fiaba. So the problem that we have now is delaying the convention and chasing ama supporters ba Mundumbi. So to large Tasana attack Mundubire. Mundubire is just reacting to what the problems problems which have been created. And we are amplifying ama problems yakwa Mundubire or to my statements or to my parallel structures and so on and so forth. But we are not looking at the biggest problem, failing to hold the convention. And now we have just remaining with few months. One, that was that vehicle wino. Two, that was start adopt members of parliament that issue wino. No matter will you have time to do all those things? So that's why for every background we are suffering, we know what we are passing through. But on social media, some of you don't know what we are passing through our background. Okay? So if you talk about the structures, we are holding the structures, yes, we are holding the structures. Okay? But we want a leader. So leadership, that's how a leader should be. And then we're talking about Tonse.
So, in short, let me say that problem. Okay, I'm sorry to say this. It is a problem ku PF for delaying the convention and joining the rest. Na kutonse bakalangisha incompetence, and that's why a vote of no confidence was passed because batonse barefwaya kweya kuntanji, but bareta hold back because batonse ndaba local PF wika convention and so on. It will be too late. So. My problem there to quit because boss PF ni problem but if Obama problems so by kutonze resolved because the quorum was formed whether abantu bali paon like tabari but the fact that they attended the meeting the quorum was formed and they brought those resolutions where bas take subtract boss at but they solve problem once in solve a problem ya leadership bakabwera kutonze.
Thank you my brother, thank you.
He's just reacting. I'm members now what should we do?
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you very much for your honorable ambassador.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was a caller who had gone through, but he was just speaking to himself, and I'm glad he has made his views. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Hi, Ambassador. This is Pumulo.
My co-host, you have run away. You have run away.
I've run away. 2026 now. Yes.
Make your contribution.
Ambassador, how are you?
Na kutala kashuko muri ukonga kulishani.
When I find out kutalala. But yeah, the sun has come out, so it's nice. It's sunny but cold. Yes.
No, make your contributions, my sister.
Thank you so much. I have 3 points, and the first point is I just want to implore about PF to say about PF, this what is going on is affecting the whole nation because by PF you are the biggest political party in Zambia. You have been in government for the past 10 years. So I just want to ask everyone in PF not to think of this problem as a PF problem, but as a national problem, because we are banking on PF to remove the UPND government. That's number one. Number two, I hear a lot of people condemning Balwinda this, Balwinda that. You know, PF is an organization, is not a personal thing. So PF is not personal kuri Balwinda. So I feel like blaming Balwinda is unjust, is not fair, because all of you PF have a duty to sit down with Balwinda and fix the situation. Now, we have seen how Mwamba behaved here to say, don't talk about people when they are not there. So in the same way, I don't see a reason why PF have failed to sit down Balwinda and even remove him as the acting president if he's not following through. You know, it could be done. You PF members, you are mature, senior politicians. Why have you failed to sit down Balwinda, and if everyone is against Balwinda, remove him as acting president officially, legally, and replacing with someone whom you think can be a best acting president. Number three, and I'm going to say this in a vernacular, and I assume we are all adults here. So I'm just giving an example to be very graphic about what I'm about to say. Na mwikala munganda, abalume n'omukashi mwali upana, mwaikala 10 years tamwafyala omwana. So, nomba pala mwamba okulayirolesha, mwaya kumatesita mulefyala omwaume, aya fyala omwana oko, omwana kashi, aya fyala omwana oko. So can that child be accepted munganda, efya chitaba mundubire? It's like Bamundubire, I think you have jumped the gun. You could have stayed and resolved your problems within PF. No, but Mastaba Mundubire, you may say, Mwashomu Kashiwe no Mwaupa, because woman, Mukashwa Nafi Roku Upanga convention, Nafi Rok Fialo Mwana Kash, Mukashwe no Mwaupo Mwatemwa. mwayafyala omwana nomba uli omwana omwafyala mwamuleta mulya munganda mulefa muleta omwana wakumbali munganda so bena PF bakamupokerera omwana uli omukashi wenu akapokerera omwana uli omufyere bamundubire namubufyanya. Let's be honest, mwebena Zambia, we don't do things using legal means and then you want to claim it to be legal. Now the other scenario, let's say Baba Sala Niba president Kutonse. So does it mean now we have to be against the president of PF Bakasalam convention? So you will go toe to toe with the president that is going to come from the PF convention. And that is if Bamundu even makes it Kutonse. The other question is, has Bamundu been guaranteed the presidency Kutonse? In short, I can just say this is vote splitting. Considering everything I've said, it doesn't make sense. And I am sad. It's really sad that Bamundu, we have thrown everything away. Me, I have said I will support any candidate who is legitimately elected by the Zambians. We are going to support. But this thing of Vukula Butukira to be a president using all illegal means, it is very sad. I submit.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Queen Pumi. The cause remains so much. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Make your contributions. Tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
My name is Bernard. I'm calling you from Zambia, Kitwe.
Bernard, make your contributions.
Mr. EMB, I would like to contribute on Mr. Brian Munduwile's nomination for Tonse.
Proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Proceed.
Yes, I feel it's a good move because right now the PF, I feel that the papers of which you are aware that Mr. Chavinga, I feel he's delaying the process of trying to elect the next person to take over. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, my brother. Continue making your contribution.
Yes, so I feel that the fact that he applying for Tonse Alliance is a good move because right now, amongst all the members, amongst the PF leaders that are competing to be presidential candidates, I feel Mr. Brian Munduwile is the best person to be the president because the fact Mr. Chavinga is putting on those papers and delaying the fact that they can have that conference to make the election on who should be the president. It is a good move, which was actually formed by Edgar Lungu. And I feel he is going to win because he has the presidential features that can take part the Tonse Alliance. And eventually, August 12th, we will give him our vote and we will change our government because not true now.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Sungula Ambassador Neumlenga.
Bamlenga Mwabomben Mkwai. Where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from England.
Oh, okay. Make your contributions.
Ambassador, I want to therefore submission. I think about 3 or 4 things. First things first. And now from the aspect of Munduwile and the aspect of him being in a hurry to take over the mantle of PF and those areas, it has now been seen. It's coming from what Wakapianga said, where there was that area communication to him, possibly of which he knew about, that Valungu Verified Munduwile were taking over party, of which from my side I would just advise the member of parliament for Mpolokoso to take it easy. My ambitions, therefore, when you are given that hint, definitely it's difficult for some people to manage those ambitions, and maybe that could be what is giving birth to what is happening right now. Then coming to the acting president, yeah, like many have said, yeah, we haven't seen much of respect on him, on him, just like what happened to when talk about Wakambui, they had to go because I think they felt there was urgency, there was need for the party to go for that convention, for the much awaited convention. So in the absence of that leadership, providing that leadership where you put something to table, we don't know, you may not be privy to what has been happening in house, what has caused the delay. It could be a political strategy or something. We don't know. We're not privy to that, but that could definitely myself necessitated the anxiety and whatever is happening. Then I would just love to find out number I'm a purpose vehicles over where was riding on niba FDD na NCP aba Peter Chanda, and those two people, they are on the side of the Tonse that is called, and which I know, yeah, it is an illegal, yes. So now how is this other side of Tonse going to ride on those political parties whose presidential flag bearers or name orders of those political parties are on the side of the party, on the side that is being perceived to be an illegal establishment. Thank you so much, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Bamlenga Vibe Chef Kankala will find time to answer. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Hello.
Bamuila, make your contributions.
Hello. I'm going to 24 Kulanda for Chakulanda team. Who are fear of PF? Before I do so, Monati Panite through a Pochava. Number either trailer and the party don't they are in collective thing. They are Pangrana, appointed. So, to them wrote that Johnson PF. To follow to Amon that whatever never I carry. Gavali appointed. Why eligible to vote? So that Wamanati Johnson PF needs to learn Fiana. Edio Chimbi Winda, Radikemwa, Dojama meeting. Because our meetings are very fun. He should have been there, but if he keeps on dodging those meetings, then his decision to keep angry. So, Nelson Demona, PF Takwaba, conceptually show PF Maripogacha. So it's a form of Banga decision. So then they never mundu today. Never pay a direction because the consensus was there. So if you are under that, I want to relate that PF the Panga sense. Because in Style Poa, convention, you know, Panga Pale. Nobody wants to film this anger, they postponed. They are talking of February and time is ticking. So for me, and most of the structures, to be fair, they have gone with him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We had JJ Banda, former Petauke member of Central Committee, and he was making his submission, and we lost him. And I'm glad that he has called back. Honorable JJ Banda, you are on now. Make your contribution, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Emmanuel Mwamba, Ambassador. For me, I'll be very quick on this one now. Ambassador Mwamba, right now, PF is gone. And we don't have a party, we don't have a platform where we are going to stand. And the only vehicles which ECL left, it was NCP and FDD. And these vehicles, Mwamba, we are supposed to protect them. NCP has gone, withdraw from Tonse, but we have got now FDD. And the people you have seen in Chawama, how they helped us. How they helped us. Then from there, Ambassador Emmanuel Mwamba, you have seen to say where we are going. ECL came up with Tonse. SATA formed also PF. We need to protect these two institutions. And FDD, we need to protect it. So for me, I'm calling all those MCCs, they should remove their selfishness. Their selfishness, they should remove it and swallow them because of SATA, because of ECL, because of Nawakwi. They should call for reconciliation and peace. If they fail, Wamwamba, you and me, Wamwamba, let's go for the church to go for mass. Because these selfish individuals, when they hear about church and when they hear about funerals, they are quick to come. So I'm sure the mass can help us to unite them.
Okay, so you are calling on unity. You are calling for unity on who? Be specific. Imomuli Ntungulushi.
Yeah. So for me, I'm calling for unity between Tonse and PF. Tonse, which is now in the hand of Dan Pule, and PF, which is in the hand of Given Lubinda. I'm calling Given Lubinda to emulate what ECL and SATA was doing when we are going towards the convention. Even the provincial convention, if we are going towards the provincial convention, they usually give amnesty to the people who are on suspension, who are on what, they usually lift. But right now, let them call for reconciliation, except those people who went against the church and the Zambian people on Bill 7. Those we are not going to allow them, we are not going to support to be brought at this reconciliation. So right now, before they even think of going to Kasama, because going to Kasama like this one, it will be chaos. So to avoid it, let Varuvinda cover Dan Pule. Let Varuvinda be a bigger brother to cover Dan Pule, to cover Munduvire, to cover Makebi, to cover Chimbakamwiri, to call all those other people. Guys, let's sit down. We have got a lion outside. As we are inside the house, how are we going to kill the lion so that we can have the lion, which is the UPND? How are we going to remove the lion so that we can bury our former head of state? And we can rescue our friends who are in problems, in prison, in exile. They should think of that. They should also put in mind, Mwamba, in the Bible there was that child where they wanted to share. Someone was saying, is my child. The other one was saying, is my child. Then those two women were asked to say, can we cut the child in between so that we share? The mother, because he understands the pain she went through during labor, she said no. This is what Waruvinda should also understand, the pain of his friend, ECL, whom we lost, whom we haven't buried. So he should remember that pain to say, what about if it was me, Ruvinda? Up to now, I'm not buried because of the government.
Thank you. Thank you. I think Honorable Jeje Banda is clear. Yeah. You can wind up, Honorable Jeje Banda.
Yeah, so on winding up, Ramamba, right now, you and me from today, let's go for reconciliation. Let's not call names the Tonse Alliance. Let's not call names the PF. Let's protect this institution. Even the FDD, we are supposed to protect it because the owner of FDD died while trying to see that in the country there should be justice, and rule of law. All of us will remember how the president of SD died. So please, Mwamba, you and me right now, let's call for unity and reconciliation, because the route we are going, it won't be good.
Thank you very much. I think those are wise words from Petauke, Member of Parliament. He says, let's remember Honorable Edith Nawaku, let's remember the late president, and let's use our resources in whatever way to bring these factions together. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Honorable Emmanuel Mwamba, Mwachoma Bwanji.
Nachoma Mribwanji.
Bueno. So my contribution this evening, Honorable Emmanuel Mwamba, nani nzakonkamo vamena kamba Emmanuel Jeje Banda. Reconciliation ifunika na unity ifunika pali ma leaders vamene vanasala muli sheo ya PF, because we are not going to say that there's PF, there's no PF. Automatically PF wanapoka ili manja mwachavinga. That's why kaili ipesikati loko our leaders venangu vankala maningi na power loko bagive nwinda wanga kambi sipanga wamverere chikanga chote wabwereche pa meso pa bagive nwinda na kuwauza njebele there is no PF. No wonder nichita hivi because nisunga ma structures ya PF kumbali kwinangu. Let me say like that. So chimchama nipempache unity aba bantu bafunika kubwera pamozi bonse bamene banalipia ma 200,000 kwacha baja bamene banayimirira ba presidential candidate kuyambira imwe, even though you are not in Zambia here, Emmanuel Mwamba, munaro ikulu maningi amene mfunika kuplenga because nabo mnalipia 200,000 kwacha cha participation fee. So our ones, our leaders by Emmanuel Mwamba, we don't have to beat down the bush. They are all stubborn. Kuyambira kuli wa honorable Given Lubinda, wa nankani bachita luchirufia, Honorable Greyford Monde, Makebi Zulu, Blani Mundubile, Mao Sampa, Mutoto Kafuaya, our ones are want to stubborn. Because in time that I want to go to Zambia, and I na PF, not PF, I want to Emmanuel Mwamba. If I'm number kudala, even at some point because you've been calling for unity ever since you started broadcasting. Muma kama panikani ya unity, often go bura pamoja pange mfundo emozi. So tu anga bwena leader umozi, wamena nga kwanza kutenga Mazambia wajumpisa kuli problem emene balimu. But once che palipena muntu amene ngagamba ati uyu ankalako soft, uyu ankalako soft, uyu ankalako soft. Pali problem ikulu maningi wa Emmanuel Mwamba pali abantu leaders watu wa PF. Sapite na kumbali wa Emmanuel Mwamba aliyense afuna kunkala president wa PF. Aliyense afuna kunkala president wa Mzambia, but president amankala che umozi. Abantu asemewenzeli serious na nkani ya unity. Kugwiriza na Emmanuel Mwamba abantu asemewe wanabwera kudala. If once when it come up, if once aseme vinapita kuda, but once wali stubborn, kulibe muntu wana kwanza kuziserusa utabwele ko pansi. Asiya ko mzake akweli, but once wasikwezeka. So unity muli PF at the moment where Emmanuel Mwamba, I'm not going to lie to you or to lie to the Zambian people. Ikalipatari kubwela. Loko February amene bwela wa ambassador Emmanuel Mwamba. Sivza chitika evintu wane vichitika. So a brand mundule bani wachita again kusunga ma structures ya PF at the other hand viliche bwino maningi. Vantu vanavona civil bwino vapanga mapara structures, but there is no PF at the moment. PF ilikuli uja kambuma karoba chavinga ndiye kanasunga PF ndiye kaleta msokonezo onse. So brand munduile vampasa che support vanzake vaende che vankale pansi vakambisane na heavy. So at 2026 vakaenda vakafesingane na HH mu ballot box using a FDD. At the moment there is no PF. No wonder the relation in PF yakwela. Wagive Luwinda kwanga kambe branch kulipa amene anga mvere because everyone in PF knows that there is no PF. PF yazona ilikuli chawinga na wamene wamsebenzesa. Ndio amene wanasunga mapapers ya PF. Ndio kuli PF yazona. No wonder the relation yakula. Loko wagive Luwinda wanga kambi palibe chamene chinga chitike. Why palibe chamene chinga chitike? Because there is no PF. Wagive Luwinda whip amene wanga whipping sisewenza. So in advice yamene ngawapasa onse ma leaders wa PF was chepese babwire pamozi na kugwirizana na kupanga mfundo emozi basange che leader amene azasangiwa ni umozi. Ndawa hivyo amene niona hivyo ambassador Emmanuel Mwamba. Come August 2026 amene ino tilimo mzakaona makebe zaimira party inangu bagiven Lwinda zaimira party pinangu brand mundu ya zaimira party pinangu Greyford Monde azanda imira party pinangu cause ine niliko na information na mapati amene wazanda baimirirepo. I cannot mention them here. But if you can allow me, I can mention them here so that I don't expose my political party as I am. Otherwise, it's also a secret at the moment. Next time after Yamene February, Wagambatu, Bazagwiza, and Gatsa Zakamba, the Zaban Kakuzen, Pamina Pamidia, political parties yamene vaenda kuyimirirapo bonse unawanda mwana tu bonse vankhala maningi step bonse wafuna kuzibweza pansi just because wana political party at the moment yamene yana wachita kudala indoors. Thank you so much. This is what I just wanted to say.
Thank
Otherwise,
you very much.
PF problems kalinayo.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from. Thank you for waiting.
All right. Thank you so much, Ambassador. I choose to remain anonymous.
Anonymous, make your contributions.
Yes. It's like Leonard Ambassador. Everyone is Emmanuel Mwamba, who is this? Mamundubiri. But Ambassador and the listeners, Ambassador, when he formed this party, I think we saw and we know what happened. Okay, and he has always been telling us that the educated ones are the cowards, but he didn't show cowardness when he left MMD and formed his own political party. And what Wamunduwile has done, I think it's what Wasata did in 2001. He hasn't showed that he's a coward. He says, okay, I'll take this move. But what most of the PF members should start thinking of, okay, what Wamunduwile has done, should we condemn it or not? In short, in my own opinion, I think Mr. Munduwile is a plan B. Plan A, let's leave it to Walubinda and see what will happen. But believe me not, for the past 3 years, the current judiciary has not handed over the paper to the legitimate PF owners. Do you think they'll do it in the 3 months or 4 months before the elections? The answer is no, unless we wait for a miracle from God. So now, if the answer is no, and our MPs, our councillors, our council chairpersons, they don't have any special purpose vehicle, what should we do? Probably Wamunduwile where has gone, let's not condemn it. If it works out to where has gone, he will negotiate for all other PF members. Already we have seen what has happened in Chawama, and we'll see what will happen in Kasama. FDD is becoming like our special purpose vehicle, and of which it was chosen by our ACL, may so rest in peace, and NCP. But we won't dwell into that. But currently now, let's look at the elephant in the house. It's Wamunduwile and Balubinda. And I want most of the MCC and the senior PF leaders, let us be very, very fair. Okay? When you're heading for a convention, Ambassador, you've mentioned here, I think even today you also mentioned it, you suspend all the suspension and the expulsion of the members so that you can allow unity, love, and reconciliation. Okay? So where are the courageous MCC to tell Balubinda, please, can we stop this? We are looking at uniting the party, not dividing. Okay? So the supporters of Wamunduwile, the supporters of other candidates, the Wamunduwile supporters are talking, but these other candidates, their supporters are not talking. They are just against Walubinda. Now, what if their candidate is also suspended? You see? So I remember very well. There's a time the bishop, should be Ali Banda, if I'm not mistaken, who said, when someone is touching one person, okay, who is on your side, don't say, next it is you will be touched. And what are you going to do? So let's unite. Let us be fair to Wamunduwile. Let's not call him names and all those stuff. He's got his democratic rights to do what he has done. He's a lawyer by profession, and probably even other people. I heard one of the callers said they are not supporting him. They are also lawyers. They know what they are doing. But please, what we need now is to fight the elephant. And the elephant is the people that are making the Zambians people to suffer.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling from, and thank you for waiting.
It's okay.
Mayo, what is your name?
It's been some time now. I was quite busy. Ninjikala pano I've listened to all the submission. I've been actually analyzing the situation from all the people who have submitted with different opinions. Nalala ndamuchiremba Mungu sana. Ichi kalamba fechongerirako chakwe bati twalwala fwebe na Zambia in the sense that tatuishi byokwa kuwila lero echongera ndachakwe bati ubulwele bwaba PF bwayingira kale bwayingira kulinda muri ba 5 years. I'm so ignorant about everything, but as usual I've been reading, listening to people and all that. Mwe bantu bakwalesa aba Mwamba kale mwaya mbokwe bati seni tubike let a unit era nabantu bonse mwali baleta bonse fyama ministers mwali baleta kubalesa kwamba muna basabe wenu balilanda bakulu atinga ndaya mnoyo bayikumbu omutenge ifilandikwa ifo singita kwafisha bafwe bantonse kwera abapanse abantu balikala pansi chachini balilanda lero yulandikale wayanda lero ekyo ningalanda kufa ekintu kimo kyakwebati walibe ntunguluki kyakini tulalekindika kyakine nomba ilyasi lyabamundu bile twebakondemu bamundu bile tebasakali candidate wandibati bali ilyasi ndebasapota kulandu wakwebati basanga bamundu bile okubati kintu kyalilandikwa once balibika ma opinion pamo balifiwa okusanga nishitanaipwa apa ino nalachitapo chamusango shani ekendikanja abantu abambesule ichipalakasa so bamundu bile baleisula ichipalakasa okubati mwe bantu bilafyonse mukana tentu chitafinakana nenomba naya nomba sinsi bamundu bile bali mutonse tabafuminemo tiyeni tubasapote bamundu bile tomba ifa fwebe na Zambia tulelwisha obuntungwa byose bomulanda bwati obuntungwa nomba obo twala sapota ni banani panti ishtakakali elo tu ichi paper chaliba very important ichi paper fyenga basaina chaliba very important kachakatale achiwenda chile ichi paper tabakatale abasuminishe chikula mchimo lelo iyo ine vyeiko babulile bamundu bile let's support bamundu bile lekeni twikwata ma personal feelings yukulala ndatu yali chitilefi bamundu bile bachitefi ababa chitefi tulaiposele nshita kanshi chikala mbechi lipwapa lekeni abale tuteka batuteka until 2050 efo dingalanda pantapali tulelwisha Ingalanda mwaesha kataba Mwamba mwaesha na fwe bantu fwe bashaisha pona ama politics twalilanda twalinaka balekeni bamundu bile let him go, let's help him, let's give him a hand epo napera mukwe.
Thank you, Mayo. This is my dear lady. She calls this program every day, and we thank her for her view. I've got another caller who's been waiting for some time. Hello, caller, please make your contributions. Hello, caller. You are muted. Quickly unmute yourself and make your contribution.
Hello?
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Kindly make your contributions. Tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
You are speaking to Jen. I'm calling from Livingstone.
My dear sister, make your contributions.
Yes. In fact, I just called to talk about what is happening in PF. Yeah, when we look at the current situation, in fact, I concur with what the recent caller was talking about. When we look at the people that we have at the moment, we are just fighting one another. We are doing this time and again, which is not really helping. Why can't we just work together and support the person that has got support currently? Because we are still one. Those and PF, we still one party. Even if others are saying we are in PF, our only enemy right now is UPND, that is HH. How are we going to remove HH? That is what we should be talking about. Not unnecessary talking here. These people are talking. It's not even helping. Let's support Brian Mundubile. We work together and support him. That is the right thing to do. So even the discussion is that people are just coming to confuse us. I don't know what is happening. Otherwise, let's just do the right thing by supporting the person that has got many supporters. Because by the end of the day, we are one PF, one Tonse. Even if, some of us, we have gone who support Brian Mundubile, but we are still PF. Let's work together, support Brian Mundubile, give him a vote. Endorse him. That's the only thing that people should do. When I give Luvinda and the crew should just do that. Because even if they are being fooled by other people to say they can stand and they are going to have support, they are just wasting their time. And the more confusion, the papers are with Chavinga. Let's do the right thing and support Brian Mundubile at the moment. Is the right person, the right candidate, the only person that is going to evaluate us. I think that is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Want wakwalesa ati nechipele nkulachila tushaini. So thank you very much. This has been a very engaging program. I'll take the last 3 calls. Kuma ngumfila kurusana inen tushaini. Ilo na kutalala kuno na kutalala. Canada will be the coldest country in the world next week. It will be -50. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Mr. Mwamba, my name is Mwansa, calling from Lusaka.
Yes, make your contribution. First, you are muted somehow. Yes, make your contribution.
Yes,
Yeah.
Thank you. So, my own contribution, Mr. Mwamba, is some of us were actually afraid right now because when we look at the situation, it looks like the UPND may go through in August because the opposition, I see a lot of confusion and there's no unity, no oneness. So at this point, even people are confused. A lot of people are PF, others are this and that, but there's a lot of confusion. I wish that people could come together and just put their selfish whatever aside. Everybody will rule at one point in life. But one thing that we all want at this particular time is to get UPND out of power. And how are we going to do that? Only when we unite. Those of us who listen to the prophecies and things, even other prophets now from other countries are saying HH is going to win in August. Why? Because the opposition is confused. They are not together. They are not working together. Everybody wants to be president. So because of that, they're going to split the votes. And then in the end, HH will have more votes and he's going to win. And then even the people to vote. Who are the people going to vote for? Because people are confused. There's PF. In PF itself, there's this one standing, that one standing, that one standing. Where are we going to cast our vote? It's confusing. Personally, me, myself, I'm PF, but I'm confused. Who am I voting for? Am I voting for Makedi? Am I voting for Mundubile? Am I voting? I'm confused. So if only people could put their selfish reasons aside and just focus on what, let's just say, okay, I also want to stand, but guys, you see what Fred Membe did Kuchawama? He wanted his party to stand, Socialist Party, but he pulled out. He said, you know what, let me support FDD. And he did that. That is what we want. We want people to say, all of us want to be presidents, but for this one time, I think let's step aside and let's all support this candidate, so that we get UPND out. After this election this year, then after that, people can now stand. At least we will know that by UPND now. But to be honest, Mr. Mwamba, I'm afraid because I'm seeing a situation where UPND could have Peter Futim August because the opposition is not united.
Thank you, my dear sister.
My prayer is let just God help us so that these people must be united and then we have one person to vote for because we are going to vote, but who are we going to vote for? It's confusing.
Thank you very much, my dear sister.
Let the opposition just come together, put selfishness aside, and let's rally behind one candidate, if possible, one. I know everybody thinks and feels, okay, it's my time, even me, let me try. But at this point, since we want to move out one government, we can't have so many people standing. It will not work, honestly. And then we will be crying. More gas to foot it, but we'll look back and it will be too late. That's another 5 years given to UPND.
Thank you very
People
much.
need to sit down and really just think about this. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear sister. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from. Tulikumatelo number.
Chanda calling from Livingston.
Bachanda from Livingston, make your contributions.
Mwamba machitemo sana ife mwachisamba pakwamba. Mwacharonderera ko patimo. Uri basata bapu. Ndio uchika?
Mkwai.
Yeah, so pakwamba mwacharonderera ko patimo. Uri basata bapu ile. Ero yindi opposition political party. Yadisamba campaign ida ine dega. Andiyadire chalo chonse. Raba PF bale donsa na bale ruwa bale sangsara ba Edgar Lungu. Nishima provinces mumbi na ambo kuwerera mana 2 times. Nomba. Ayamano aya kweba tirimbi umuntu na farero. Just because you do not agree with that person. Iyo ambalimbi nangu kuchita campaign before tarashiko just because limbi tawamutemwa nangu tawumufwa. Ndomba. Ngamandoda shabebe abamundu bire. Maasangati nero aba nabo vaikire barero kumana tirimbi wa Edgar Lungu barashika ero bengire background. Bamundu bire mukwamba fe. Tabaro rerepo bari bafe mwari. Bari bafe busy. Nomba nangu support ati tuba support because he busy yabwe yachiramo. Mwari shubo kufumuta bufwa sana ma shortcuts. Imfumu yonse where getting power is concerned. Oronso muntu kwete mind ya shortcuts. Oro muntu ni very dangerous kumpera power. Because ubufumu bonse burafwaika na bukwata procedure.
Pushen, my brother, make your final submission. Make your final submission. I want to take the last 3 calls.
All right. So, mukupirikisha. Mwachiranda pogweba na mamu na popo muri no wa spokesperson wa tonse. But if you tikashishi wenga mure ishiba the spokesperson. I think imwana ine tuletambira fecha pamwa tiona afipita. Kwa chiba fa in nomination, kwa chiba shani. So parino statu konka pantu ni wachite eba kweta abantu nangwe bambire poksta campaign. Procedure must be followed. Thank you, Mwamba.
Thank you very much. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Mwamba tumina kuchalo.
Mkwai, make your contribution, my brother.
Natotela sana wa Mwamba icha kwamba po mwaleta program imwe isuma sana lelo pano pomulabasa. Nomba echo ndefo kuikisha kwa bena Zambia. We should go back to 1991 when MMD was formed. People should understand that we have political institutions. This political institution, they've got the ideology, constitution, and whatever they were trying to achieve. Now, if you stick in Zambia, and the HTLengere, even Nalelo, to remove teko, wa umuntu umo, because we don't respect procedures. If a person wants to become a leader, you have to be subjected to procedures. And also, you need to respect the leadership. Nomba mwambande fokulandefi, even Nangwalubinda, tawakabewa president, but pali inonshita, Balubinda, Ewale Kata, ichipuna cha acting president ya PF. Uli wonso muntu, uachetekela mu PF. Afile asumina alole la process. Process taifile yaba shortcut. Bonse Zambia abantu balishwa kwati. Ife achitika mu PF, ife achitike kuli ba Mausampa, venture fair kuli ba Chabinga. Everybody knows. It's not a secret that PF has been taken over by the UPND. No mbechi fuive chabapo. Kukwata patient.
nokuchita believe in your political ideology as a leader. Nawo wine ufilo wasumina uli onse olefu kuba president kuti tumumone kuti wakaba president umusuma afuile asumina abantu nabena baba mu butungulushi abasumina nokubachindika echo ndelomba kufe bamwamba kubonse aba intungulushi kwamba bonse, not even from PF, starting from Fred Membe, KBF, Kalaba, bafile bachindikisha process ya kwebati amazambian bamone kwebati. This process every Zambian is going to participate and are going to respect. Nombanga twala mona abantu balaleta ubutungulushi bwa grocery personal to order pakafyeni nebo echilengere palelo twasala lentungulushi yakwe takula benda ikontolola tapala benda bebo kwa difina firubana ifyabefi because cha muntu umo. I'm very saddened that MMD hapa, because MMD, it was a true democratic party. Gawaya convention avant all the position from the president, from the national executive committee, they were subjected to an election. No any person in MMD was being appointed by the president. Even when they are having a national executive committee at the State House, either President Chiluba or President Manawasa or President Rupia Banda, the president should convince the member of the National Executive Committee for a certain things to pass. Not a political party to Monanomba. I want to show Mona Umo, the political party, never fe Yandi Shiwati Yapanganda, Eromamujoina. I think all these leaders who want to become leaders for this nation, they should respect the process, they should respect their ideology and their constitution. That's why party Biuteni constitutional court because the leaders we have, they don't respect their constitution, they don't respect their institution, they don't respect their procedures. We have now very hostile leaders in the country, and we should learn from this to subject every person who wants to become a leader of this country to allow the process take place, whether muntawa mutemwa or tamufuenena allow the process, and you should fight within. Please, this is very important, Ambassador. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm taking the last calls. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Ambassador, good evening. I'm Mwenya calling you from Copper Belt, specifically Luansha.
Mwenya from Luansha. Make your contributions, my brother.
Yes, Ambassador, if you are PF, you know, PF, you are candidate survey. Ifo ilikuwa tulibana abo kila muntu alikwata wisho wa support. So therefore kuba specific to the point. In support of Brian Mundubire. And there are so many reasons. Futi wa Mundubire, before when we supporters we were very okwebati, kabie ni kutonse, and then you become a president and is running for president. The reasons are simple ba Mwamba. Number one, background, if you have intelligence background, I'm a candidate Bamundubire is the most popular candidate. Number two, Bamwamboku running for presidency, more position, Zambia. It's not an easy thing. You need more resources, you need people, you need and you need to adopt our journey. That process takes months. Number two, councillors that process takes time. Now we have leadership. Mairo, 1 month after the other, time is moving. 2 months between April and Shamaka and nomination. So now they say, your February, you go for convention. When are you going to have this leader? When is he going to organize? When is he going to mobilize money? We are just wasting time. So, in four of my supporters, we will Mundubire, but Brian Mundubire, Ingile Nyapa, Ero Ifubene, Tualaya. Itre Nina Yimaba Mwamba, Ure Shara Shari, Ure Nina Renina. So, we have no time to waste. Awabare to Karen, Seriabare, Tashaina Shani, Bamundubire has committed no crime. Number one, Today, why we haven't have a convention up to now is because of our papers that were what? There's an injunction. So number one, if you are sharing the same injunction, you have valid tariff, and by February to allow convention. Because that's what they delay.
Avena Luansha, thank you very much. I think you've made your point very clear. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Hello.
Yes. Mkwai. Iyo ndife wino yama mulishani.
Ndife wino lokopala. Mamamba. Sila mundu bile. Avo tuchirive wino. Kai mundu PF. Ila kukule kwa alliance kulia. Chirive wino ya supportero na background. Baifa mundu bile. Wabona? Abantu barefa umuntu background. Yawa supporta. So fila mundu barefa background. Mundu tarayendera bile kabili. Chiswa mambo mundu wino.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Mwamungongi ambassador ndifokera kufika mashuri ya discosereshi.
Mkwai.
Ndeba kwa bana ndi abali supporter ba Brian Mundubire timba pitena mumbali. Bushe ba ambassador ba Mwamba iba public secretary baraninga na platform ya kwa bati chisosero chabe na Zambia. Mbe mwe bali supporter ba Mundubire. Na infilo kumona wino sana fana na mitira ko fenomba encourage nomba mwaisa mukusarura bamwamba bakwata ma followers na bakwata na supporters nangu mwasa sarula aba nani kaba bamonde abali supporter bamonde mwaba sarula nomba imwenga mwaya mweka mwasarula wonse aba usheni shina mutemwa Zambia nangu niba nani barami afwa okay quite all right abantu nga basumino kweba toke ba mundubira nomba inshira mulera ndiramu mwaisa mukuchita attack ba Mwamba mulelumba nokulumba nomba nishi mulipako na ula na mulipakukula na mwakutumana sana because wonse ababa nenu baranje shuiri yakweba ati wonse bakasara nangu ni mundubire nangu ni nani tukamusupporta nomba filikotaz mwe bali supporta ba mundubire ifimule kwata kapatrula mwebana banganda imo nomba mure kwata language bikuri barabambi abale supporter unina umbi nishemwe yeno yamuberere po yakukula nango yakona olanga chako batina mutemwa pena Zambia nshira mwazenjera mu bamundubire tayiwe mebani weshenya amano tachiwe meronga mwarore shatana ba Mwamba chimocha ndefiro kuchita understand uyu churusha tayari ndo mfaka ma programs yako kete pointere ba mundubire but ngacha sa pointere ba makepi zuru agenye churusha tayari ali sara ndo kweba tinishi barushira ba UPND chawama bali ngiro kuina by all cost nomba in the other angle churusha tayari alefu ba UPND bawine muchawama agenye churusha tayari alefu aya bamundubire beminine pa kande tuka chimshana ba kainde oro again barefu akainde karusa again nabambi so ba Mwambaine ndero mbako kuri abambi abakiri mu PF baneka twikale tondoro intunguru shishi tubo mfya pa kuruisha obutunguru shirekeni shine shirande fya abantu bari mforo bonse ba PF mwirore cha ma structures umfo ni kuchalo ko mwaikara bena abashirandara mu politics sheni president shiwenga foya ba PF fweka date to sari president date kanwa bena Zambia so tumfo kubena Zambia fo bali foya fifi akura twara fifi amukatika PF tufitware kubena Zambia tapali ifile chafu ifile yafwa fifi amu PF ifile fo abena Zambia every much important please wesheni mitima panshi ba Mwamba bakutwafwa muyambo ko bachitata kyao kwa kutikira kuri ba Mwamba turi bamubene nomba nga mwatwagirire fyo mwararenga nomba nabate ngo bamundubire babasule inishi bamundubire ama supporters babo bakwatire language barafiro ko bachita trust chara munega kwati barubinda kabarefu ba bamundubire because amasupporters baba mundubire barasita attacking barubinda amashiwi na fimbi bamundubire nabo bakese pa platform apa bakese showing a leadership bakese umfa kubani tofe bakabyeba uko barefu okuroroko it's not too late takuri bwino abantu baramona apa komaera nondo nishipali ubulema chisuma mukwali.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Kumatelo. At least I gave an opportunity for people to breathe and air their views. And I gave the position of the party and I also gave my position from my experience. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Evening, Mr. Mwamba.
Good evening.
I'm Mr. Mwelo calling from Avondale.
Mr. Mwelo, make your contributions.
Thank you. I called some time back, if you remember, and I said, I think the biggest problem we have is that the Council of Elders, the PF Council of Elders are not helping us. You see, Valubinda, the way he has been doing things, I think is not good. You said when he suspended some other members, those who are supporting Mundubi, to try to advise to say, but this is not a good move. And he didn't listen. So I'm a Council of Elders, Ngabali, to Afangabali, will take a punch for Rovindi. You know, I think we have a blame. For me, I'm not a PF member. I'm just a Zambian citizen, but who can come politics of fire? You know, take a look at the party where we should get a bunch of fire. First of all, they suspend the people are supporting him. Paras that now we are going to the conclave, and yet they've already made a decision to say, you go there, you discover that Jawana is now a couple you go to Barantan. But why? Now I'm forcing to stay fair, and it's not good.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I keep on saying the last two calls. I don't know when will the last two calls be. I'm reading a comment from Binwo Mpundu at confusion MPF yard was spiritual. You are Binwo. How can you say that? Can you call Honorable Binwo Mpundu from Ichabaiche? And ever the problem is spiritual. Can you call? Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Once again, I called earlier, Ambassador, and listening to everybody, I just have an encouragement to make both to you and to our friends who've been calling in and people are listening. And I'm PF through and through. I'm green. There's no doubt about that. And I think those who are standing, who want to be presidents, you know, they need to know that our patriotism is not to them, it's to the party. So I chafe you. In PF, their membership is the boss. Maybe people need to read the history of PF since SATA started it. Leaders, they come when they go out and form a party, they become nobodies. Because the real leaders in PF are the people. You know, we need to control the narrative from a leadership point of view. This Patriotic Front, I see Patriotic Front as being a party like ANC. Should be here 99 years from now. We should be there. But what will make us last that long, I think, is discipline, okay, truth, and focusing on the needs of the nation. We cannot continue being an indisciplined party. Inselation and thinking that is proper manhood, that needs to come to an end. It needs to come to an end. We cannot entertain that. No. I think let's start arguing in Ishmulena Nama big points, some economic points, political points, not insulting each other. It's not necessary at all. If PF is going to be a 99 years from now, people think PF is finished. Let me repeat. PF van to them leaders. Whatever HH has done to PF, whatever UPN is doing to PF, all that influence that's coming from outside, that's short-lived influence. PF will outlive those problems and it will be here. Mark my words. But we need to control the narrative. And I sent you a message, Ambassador, and I was saying, ask what happened to Adam and Eve.
Yes,
When
what happened to
just
Adam and Eve? I haven't read that message yet.
Yes. When Adam allowed Eve, okay? When Adam allowed Eve to listen to anything, they got kicked out of Eden. That's the importance of managing narratives. When Adam allowed Eve to listen to anybody, what happened? Even Adam was kicked out. Both of them were kicked out of Eden. And today, for trade to cancel. Because of that, that was the first sin that Adam committed, allowing narratives to enter his house. It's a very dangerous thing. And as a part, we need to protect the sanctity of the information that is flowing within our part. We can't have people coming to these platforms. Now I'm going to post all over that ECO appointed Mundubide. That kind of lie. Now mwishu abalungu taturashika. Akuba vepesheni vifile mkautolo mupamba. Taturashika bafyashi. Akuba vepesheni vifile mkautolo mupamba mulefua ilikisha. Just humble yourself. If you see people are telling you that correct yourself before the people correct you. If they fail, God will correct you. Or God will give you to the devil to correct you. But we need discipline in the party. Instead, this party is here to stay. That man who's sending outside influence into PF, that we know. From without. From without. PF is here to stay, and whatever he will do, we'll outlive it. We will be here, and we will outlive it. We need to focus on discipline, on truth, and on the needs of the nation as a party. We are a pro-poor party, and we are a pro-life party. Those are the values we need to embrace. But let's not allow, and then we start confusing ourselves. No, let's uphold truth. Let's uphold discipline. Let's change. Let's embrace a new way of doing things because we can change and become better. We don't have to be annihilated. We don't have to be destroyed and forgotten. And we proceed. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for the wise words. The anonymous had called earlier, and that's his second call. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Yes, Ambassador. How are you, Mr. Mwamba?
Very well, thank you. Please make your contribution. Tell us your name and make your contributions quickly.
Yes, my name is Justin Lupinda. I'm calling from Ladysmith, South Africa.
Mr. Lupinda, make your contributions.
Yes, I just want to help you. The people who are calling and all that. I know there's a confusion in the PF, but generally, Mr. Mwamba, you are under attack. Yeah. So I can see, I've observed on the internet the happenings of the PF and the other Tonse Alliance. I've observed all those things. But it's like you are under attack with you. It's like you are divided into the group of Mr. Lubinda. Yeah, so, but what I can see now is that PF generally, it was a corrupt party, and it can never have any good thing now, about it. I don't think it will even attract any reasonable Zambian, to really support it and all that. PF should just finish naturally, and all of you guys must just find yourselves into some other party.
Okay. Good night, my dear brother. Who will be the one gracing the last caller? Who will be the last caller? Hello, caller. You probably are the last caller. Tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Hello, Mwamba Verified.
Nditayama, make your contributions quickly. Naka.
namona mwana mwaomba imwe
Mkwai.
ninewo musonda kurusaka
Wamsonda, make your contribution, sir.
emkai alaba mwamba wese tumwene abantu bale tumira amafoni n'emitima naye kalipa n'abalolera panaka. So tulenda pali bamundubire nawo bamundubire maybe n'abakita overreact but abo kwena bali bachita pressurize sana bali bachita fix sana nangu bamunkonge balera ndokwe bati yo mwe bali ndatiba mundubiro first ekeni balubinda bakekate kuli banani bakekate kuli ba makebi tukamule fa munkonge bakachita kaito abomfa bala tumakwati mbasapota ba makebi ifuka twakwati supporta nango mu supporta fetch pani for fine nombero bakaveka tikakuli makebi wakomfofo chumfuika ipo na pela ba mwamba.
Thank you very much. Tomorrow I've got a guest, Mr. Ngoma. He runs a podcast, and I didn't want his program to be meddled with the issues that are currently happening in the Patriotic Front. So although it's Saturday, although you use this opportunity to watch football, I thought we could use the opportunity. Usually when I bring my guests, I lay back and allow my guests to speak, allow my guests to proffer their opinion, and open my guests up for your call. Today, I thought we could discuss the issues in Patriotic Front because they've spilled over to the public. Yeah. People keep on calling. Maybe let me take this man who's been calling. Hello, caller.
Ambassador, evening. I don't know if it's morning now.
Tamulefaya ntushe mwe bantu bakwalesa.
Yo, mwala tusha, mwaimyo yukankara sana.
Landenipo. I've seen your call has been running, so maybe quickly say your piece.
I'm telling you, sure, even though I've got many to say,
Okay.
but I will
See how you can summarize.
Points.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. The route which Babranmon has taken is a wrong route to start with. No anyone who stands for unity can support that. The problem started when people, some elements within the people, started undermining the leadership of a given. That's where the problem is. And what Babran has done is to undermine the leadership of a given Lubinda, a political party which it belongs to. We know that we don't have paper, but we know the political party, we have it. Then, the Tonsa Alliance started sidelining also a given Lubinda. Honestly, is that a group you can associate yourself with? They said they have expelled PF, led by Honorable Given from the Tonsa Alliance. Babran Mundu belong. How can they admit that few individuals and say this is the ECO movement? Are they telling me that ECO movement can only have 7 people? You are the deputy spokesperson of an alliance. Were they communicating to you of the deliberations the alliance was taking? No, they sidelined you too. We were expecting that Vashon Temwe Vashta resign. You become eventually the spokesperson of the alliance. But I'm a memo Zaref Makwan Pando Tavashano Vishiva. Open the Vaisio Tavashi alliance. And it's very unfair to blame a given leader for whatever is happening within the PF. Because I am mafia, I am the condition of Isio Vayashtabala Chame is for rest in peace. So, Mwebantu, Babran Mundu, the route by taking is destroying himself. Nama elements have a shingurukari Romu and same elements ever shingurukana by ICO if we look to a screen Nama faces. And that's why we felt 2021. We don't need a tried and true tactic within the opposition. What we need is the unity of purpose. That's what we have been preaching. But it's like abantu n'abamena amapindo bari munakwati bafi. Kabieni ifo tukwa mikonke. Ifo ntungurushwa ishiba. Iba given Rubinda. Why can't we have patience and wait for our leaders to give us direction? You don't know the battles they are fighting behind. Can't we bear with him? Mwebantu bakwalesa. Oko batu nyo given Rubinda to bachita abandon. When I and if we look on the political influence of a given, can we compare it to Babran Mundu? Babran Mundu is famous because of associating himself with the PF. Which legacy is he going to ride on? But given we understood in a cosmopolitan constituency kabwati, hii mwa election bawe ni kupora koso ni kumshukumyao. Look at Bakambwe. Ama election bawe ni cosmopolitan constituency in Ron. But bamjaba de supporter ba Brian Mundi ba Davis mwira ba former SG. Bawe ni kuchipili kumushukumyao eventually lost to an independent. Evantu pinge batina bakwata political influence national. Kuteka nyamulife n'okwikyepya efikankala iruti basenda bamubire bayona olifeta twabakonge feba although twale basupporta but n'abantu disappointing. I was expecting to be above that and not undermining the leadership, the legitimate leadership of PF which we know. No, it's very unfair of Bashta. Anyway, thank anybody. Twala monoko file. Na ipo feba la shara. Let's rally behind our leaders over to achieve it. Na besho for baresta. Teba no ma politics yo. Thank you so much, Ambassador Tushe.
Thank you very much. Yo tamlefwa Ntushe. Dear viewers, we are almost winding up, but I want you to stay on because there's an important call. I've got Dr. Lawrence, our aspirant candidate, I think from Kushi, who come and explain. And he currently is holding, he went to Socialist Party, but he's currently holding a position of spokesperson to the Tonse Alliance we are saying is an illegal platform. As a spokesperson, I think we need to give him space and time, and he explains that probably he's been following this debate. Dr. Lawrence Mwewa, welcome to the conversation, and thank you very much for calling.
Good evening, Ambassador.
Good evening, my dear brother. Chungulopo Mkwai.
Good evening, our dear listeners and followers of this very important program.
Thank you.
This is a very simple misunderstanding. PF was and is the anchor of Tonse Alliance. However, there was need to progress. There was need to move forward. Because Tonse Alliance is not just a baby of the Patriotic Front, it's a baby of the Zambians. What the Zambians would want to see at this point in time is a vehicle that can be used. And I have followed, contributions from different followers. One major thing that we are dealing with is the time effect. Do we have enough time to go to the convention? Let's assume that today, as it has been announced, not for the first time, but numerous times, we've had announcements from the current acting president of the Patriotic Front that a convention will be held. Now we are hearing that it will be held in February. After any convention, no matter how you like it, there will obviously be backrashes. There will be confusion that will arise from the election results. When does the PF settle? When does it organize resources? When does the PF go out to the Zambians to begin to tell them the way forward? I will not comment much on the Munduvile move, but I would like to say that what Tonse would want to see is to have its flag bearer identified as soon as possible so that they can begin to mobilize resources and begin to reach out to the Zambians, identify a special purpose vehicle, and begin to campaign. We are already behind time. We are not in government. Yes, in 2014, 2015, when Edgar Lungu came to power, we were in government. Resources were at our disposal. And so it was easy to run that campaign, even within the shortest possible time. Now we are not in government. At what point are we going to be able to settle a candidate and be able to raise resources in order for us to canvass, support throughout the country and be able to win an election? When are we going to identify candidates for the 226 constituencies and over 1,800 councillors? What time do we have to raise resources and for us to be able to do all these things? What is needed to be done is not suspensions and condemnations, is to come to the table and say, why are colleagues doing this? What is moving them? At war, time is important. Just a split of a second, a bomb can hit you. But it seems as if we are taking, we have got the luxury of time, but we don't have that much time. And so those who are in a hurry, they are not doing it out of bad faith. They are not doing it out of disrespect for anyone. They are doing it because they would want to see that they participate in the upcoming elections and participate effectively.
Is he gone? Oh.
Hello?
Oh, are you there? Yes. We're listening.
Yes.
Mm.
I'm still here. Still here.
Mm.
So there's nothing to fight about. What Mundwid and others are trying to do is just to find a solution. At the moment, the PF structures all over the country, they are desperate, so desperate, Mwamba. You live in the US now, but for people that are on the ground, you receive phone calls from as early as 6 hours in the morning on a daily basis, people asking, what is the way forward? What is the direction? And in some places, they've even given up now. They are saying, nothing will happen.
Dr. Lawrence, I might have a privilege. Yeah, I might have a privilege to ask you, like I did ask, my dear brother Francis Kapianga, because you are a leader, a thought leader in our country, and your opinion matters. It can be pedestrian like everyone else. The Patriotic Front has a process, and it has presidential candidates. What happened to those presidential candidates?
Well, what I said even earlier today, I said the Patriotic Front is an independent organization. The Tonse Alliance is an independent organization.
Okay. Number two.
The Patriotic Front should not in any way affect the processes at Tonse Alliance. These are two different organizations.
Yeah. Number two. Have you heard the position of the Patriotic Front contesting, because they've made you spokesperson there, contesting the decision and calling your grouping as illegal? That the decision to remove...
That again, I would like to clarify, Mr. Mwamba. There is nothing illegal about the Tonse grouping as it is now. Tonse had a constitution which was amended. And I want to say to you that when the amendment was done, key leaders were present. The quorum was formed. According to the initial Tonse constitution, 15 makes a quorum.
The meeting, the convener.
Let me just finish this thought. To remove Mr. Luvinda as the chairperson of Tonse. Why? Because Mr. Luvinda has been holding the PF and Tonse hostage. No movement was taking place in PF. No movement was taking place in Tonse. And you have to understand that Tonse has got more than 18 organizations that are represented in Tonse. All these organizations were held captive because the PF side, they were not able to raise a leader and present a leader to Tonse.
Okay. My last question, of course, then if Tonse is legal, we can't do anything because the party has a position that that meeting that purported to amend the constitution, that purported to remove the PF, was not called regularly. It wasn't called by the chairperson, acting chairperson, who's Honorable Given Lubinda. That has been the position. It was irregularly called, so the outcome of any illegality remains illegal. That has been the position of the party. But for us, we wish you well. If you hold that the alliance is in good standing, both with the MOU that you had signed with the PF and that your divorce from the PF is proper, we wish you very well. Our instructions are just very clear to our members. No member of the Patriotic Front, no structure of the Patriotic Front should participate in an illegal process because we contend the only legitimate, just a minute, the only legitimate Patriotic Front, Tonse Alliance, is the one that's chaired by Given Lubinda. And we've stated that the decisions to purport to amend the founding documents of the Patriotic Front, the decision then to expel the PF is illegal. But however, as a grouping, there's freedom of association. As a grouping, you decide to follow your process, you are welcome. But we have very strict instructions to anyone who's a member or leader of the Patriotic Front that they should not participate in that process. We, as PF, have deemed by statute, the Central Committee met and made that resolution on Tonse, and I think you saw the communication that emerged. So the trouble we might have is not with you or with Tonse, the so-called Tonse. The trouble we have will just be with our members. Any member then who crosses over and participates in an illegal process, he will probably meet the disciplinary issues of the PF. So I think at this stage, one caller, our dear father from Italy, was trying to discuss one of your constituent members, I think Madam Exilda Siame, or Mwenya. I had to stop him. I said, no. We can't deal with an outsider. She's not a member of the PF. She's not on this forum. Similarly, the issues happening in the so-called Tonse, the new Tonse, I think it's not in our way to stand in the way. Our way is to wish you well. But however, it will not be the same for people or members of the PF where there are clear statutory instructions from the leadership of the PF and the statutory organ, which is the Central Committee. So you can offer your opinion before I let you go.
Okay. I also want to put it to you, Ambassador, that what you call members are individual citizens who have their own rights to choose whether they still want to continue being on the given within the PF faction or choose to go with any other individual that they choose to work with. They have got the freedom within the Zambian constitution to join any grouping that they feel is able to deliver what they would want to see.
I agree entirely. I agree entirely.
Improper that you command, and those commands basically are just what I would call empty threats, because most of the members don't even take these decisions or those directives as serious as you may think.
Oh, okay. No, when we say don't vote for Bill 7 and their consequences, we put it on record. Whether government has honored our directive to have those dismissed is another matter. But on record, we've put it clear. When we say don't fraternize with the UPND, again, the instructions are clear. We're not saying you have no right. An MP can vote however they want. But there was a party instruction of how not to vote if you say you are PF and you are a PF member in parliament. Chabinga has been trying to recruit people. There are a few people that have gone to him like, Jonathan Daka, Anthony Mumba, who said you have a right to. But as a party, you stand expelled. It doesn't matter what right people have. They have a right to go wherever they want. They can go to the UPND, they can come to that Tonse, or they can go to Robert Chabinga. But as a party, we hold it very clearly. What President Hichilema has done, where he has taken away the papers of the party, he's trying to cause confusion and remove our power and legitimacy and authority that we have as an opposition party. That is a purpose that Hichilema has taken away the powers. You know why I answer like that? I answer like that because, Dr. Lawrence, just a minute.
Have not been caused by the UPND. They have been caused by inertia and bad leadership. I told you the last time that you hosted me on the show. I said these problems are coming from Given Luvind. He has failed to run the party.
Well, that is your opinion. You have.
Luvinda was running the party in the manner it is supposed to be run. These problems wouldn't have been there.
You have heard even when we
wouldn't have taken over the party.
No.
But, even now, Mr. Luvinda can never give a specific date when the convention will be held. He has failed to do that over the past 4 years.
No, they've said February. They've said February. Yeah. Dr. Mwelwa, let me just answer that issue. Let me answer that issue.
The party has failed to bring people to a convention. He has failed. Even before all these injunctions and other things came into place, Honorable Winda failed to deliver. That is the problem which is there. You cannot govern just by suspensions and expulsions. You govern with wisdom and intelligence. You sit people down and have a conversation with people. Give them direction.
Yeah, okay. When you appeared on that program and you made that assertion, there were a lot of callers, in fact, that challenged you and stated, Dr. Mwelwa, in fact, you should praise Lubinda for having kept the PF together for the last 4 years. Of course, you had given your opinion and you repeated your opinion. So, Dr. Mwelwa, do you have your last words? Thank you very much for calling. Do you have any last words?
My last words is that let's see what will prevail. Whether the Tonse or what you call the new Tonse will prevail in leading the Zambian somewhere, or whether the PF under Lubinda is going to come up with answers, which I doubt. I would like to urge Mr. Lubinda to put, people together. We're not suspending people on a daily basis. Some of these challenges are as a result of using force, using punitive means to manage the organization. You don't manage with suspensions and expulsions. Engage people. Find out why they are doing what they are doing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Lawrence. Dr. Lawrence Mwelwa is a spokesperson for the Tonse Alliance we call illegal as a patriotic front. Like I was emphasizing, that we still hold that the Tonse Alliance that is legit, the one that was formed, the one with founding documents, is the one that's led by Given Lubinda. The appointment was not by anyone else, by President Edgar Lungu in writing. And like I was saying, I'm also the spokesperson of the original Tonse appointed by Edgar Lungu. Just like Mumbipiri was appointed by Edgar Lungu as chairperson. Just like Given Lubinda was appointed. And just like my dear brother Brian Munduwile. All of us, the key persons in Tonse. Sean Tembo as spokesperson, me as deputy, Given Lubinda as acting president, acting chairperson, Raphael Nakachinda, Secretary General, Brian Munduwile as chair of National Liaison Officer for Parliament, were all appointed by President Lungu. We should make it that very clear. Zefania, you made your contribution. Lekeni ntu sheko. Zefania.
Nachira for kulanda piwaliranda wa Dr. Mwelwa. Wa Dr. Mwelwa is a Munduwile disciple. There's nothing good can come from him or Emmanuel Mwamba. He's the person who has even responded to that statement which you have written. So there's nothing good. When he comes here, he should speak like a pastor, but he's speaking like a person who doesn't understand the Bible, because he's also supporting Wamundiwele. He should declare interest. That's why they have given him as an interim spokesperson for that illegal. So he cannot speak the truth like what you have stated. It's totally different from you. The way you have explained and the way he's explaining, that's why I said, let me come so that I tell him. Because even the article which I wrote, he responded to me when I said, that is what Wamunduwile has done. It's wrong. And you have heard a lot of people are saying, what Wamunduwile is doing, he has done a wrong thing because he is not following. He's a PF member. What does it mean? It means that he has expelled himself from the PF. That's why he has gone to Tonse. And Tonse is not a political party. It's not a registered party. And when you look at the way they have done it, it's well choreographed, so that Wamunduwile is more like he's unopposed. They know that Wadanpure, he can't win. That's why Mubanda, he has also positioned himself to be the second vice president. So it was well calculated. And I want to tell Mwelwa that we know what happened. Immediately, Wamunduwile came from Kasama. He went straight to Mubanda. They had a meeting. After that, that's when they said there will be nominations. Zumani, Pule, and so forth, they're working together with Dr. Mwero. I challenge Dr. Mwero that he should speak the truth. If he shouldn't even destroy. He's not a PF member. That's why he ran away from the SP because of his cantankerous. His cantankerous.
But Zephania, don't use personal attacks. You know this platform.
No, the way he's speaking, he's making me, some of us, to be upset. I'm very upset with him. Because what he's doing is not doing the right
I'm always upset, but I choose my language. So choose your language. You can criticize him, but don't insult him.
I have withdrawn that word cantankerous.
Thank you,
but
Zephania.
Yes, but he must be objective. The way we know him, the way he writes article like myself, he must be objective, like you have said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Number two, tuwabusha nefidele. Hello, caller. Tell us your name and where you're calling us from. The calls are just so many. What I would do is let me close. Let me close. Thank you. We might have another program. Tomorrow we have a program and we have a guest, but I might find time maybe on Monday to continue to discuss this issue. It's a burning issue in our country. But what were we discussing today? We're discussing the development in Tonse and Tonse Alliance. I gave the history that this is an initiative of the late president, Zambia's sixth president, Edgar Chagwa Lungu, who wanted a united opposition, united front. I don't find anyone he didn't speak to in the opposition. The first initiative was a press conference where we had 11 independent political parties that included Fred Membe and Honorable Winter Kabimba. The second one was now the formation. We had 2-3 press conferences with Harry Kalaba and everyone. Those were initiatives of ECL. He wanted the opposition to come together. Shalakateka rose that time to become an interim chairperson of that informal arrangement. The second arrangement was a United Kwacha Alliance. It went, UKA went like fire, but it was infiltrated. The state began to play issues, and before long, there were insults from some members, constituent members, insulting the late president. And there was agitation by members. Like Francis Kapianga said, people couldn't stomach that the president could sit in a meeting with UKA members, and some of them in there had issued disparaging remarks publicly against him. When Tonse Alliance was formed, out of people that had resigned from UKA, from United Kwacha Alliance, Tonse began to run. They adopted Edgar Lungu as flag bearer and presidential candidate. Remember, we had the court, Concord ruling that then barred Dr. President Sabeng, Dr. Edgar Lungu as presidential candidate. And, the last 6 months that the president was in South Africa receiving medical treatment, we saw the turbulences emerge in Tonse, where there was even an attempt to remove Given Lubinda and Raphael Nakachinda, and it had to take President Edgar Lungu himself to direct that then and make Given Lubinda, who was vice president and acting president of the PF, to be acting chairperson of Tonse. Till his death, Tonse was being led by Honorable Given Lubinda. I was appointed by President Edgar Lungu as deputy spokesperson to Sean Tembo. Sean Tembo was appointed by President Lungu as spokesperson. Given Lubinda was appointed as acting chairperson. But Dan Pule, I can't speak for him. I don't know how the structure and how he was appointed. But for me, for Mumbipiri, for Brian Munduwile, for Given Lubinda, for Raphael Nakachinda, we were appointed by the president. Then there was a long list that was issued again of members that should be with Tonse and who were delegates to Tonse. Again, I was among those, but I was in the Council of Leaders as deputy spokesperson to Sean Tembo, who was the chair as spokesperson. So all of us were appointed by President Edgar Lungu. No one can claim I can't today form my Tonse because President Lungu appointed me as deputy spokesperson. the turbulences that emerged as you saw my engagement with Dr. Lawrence Mwelwa. And thank you, Dr. Mwelwa, for finding it civil and proper. You still found that you can have a voice on this platform, and you made the call, and we had that decent conversation. The decisions that WhatsApp group made said they had formed the quorum and proceeded to amend the constitution and expel the PF from Tonse. We've said that process was illegal. The chairperson, acting chairperson, Given Luwinda, didn't call that meeting. An illegal process can't birth a legal process. So when we say that so-called new Tonse alliance or a Tonse alliance without the PF is illegal, we mean exactly that meetings have rules and they have regulations, and that meeting was irregular. If people had issues with Given Luwinda, they should have allowed for a formal, proper meeting to take place and make decisions. That meeting was illegal. Subsequently, what has happened, in our view as PF, remain illegal. And by statute of the PF, our Central Committee issued decrees and directives that our members, if you call yourself that you're a member of the Patriotic Front, you cannot participate in a process we have called illegal. That was the purpose of our discussions today. Emotions are flying, people are insulting. I have never been moved by insults. You know, when you take on Hakainde Hichilema and this team of praise singers with Koswe and the hostile media on his side, I can never receive bigger insults than I have received while challenging President Hakainde Hichilema. So for me, the attacks, insults by some of our own members, for me, do not move me. I think we have a focus. The focus is President Hakainde Hichilema. He's run down our country, has run it aground, he's taken away democracy, has stolen the largest political party, he's shrunk the democratic space, he's brought tyranny, he's brought suffering on our people. For me, that's where the focus is. Where should be the solution? If the solution can come from the PF, well and good. If it has to come from the opposition at large, well and good. But there should be a solution. Our people are annoyed that we are preoccupied. We've spent 4 hours here discussing a PF internal matter. We should have spent it discussing solutions for our country. Our people are very annoyed with us. So with those few words, Mwantu Akwalesa, thank you, and thank you for staying late this time. That's how much important these issues are to you. We wish you well. We wish our country well. For us, we save country, and God, we submit ourselves to God that we are mere vessels to help our country. Our country is in distress and is looking for men and women that will stand and offer its solution. Me, I've raised my hand at Mwelesa, Epondin, to many, and you raise your hand too. God bless you, and we'll speak to you tomorrow.
At this point in time, as I've said already, I have not come across a single man in politics who is today thinking of splitting Zambia. Apart from this is my aid man in Zimbabwe, this is the southern province. What is it? He tried to do that, I think, but he didn't succeed. This what is
okay, so we...
no, I think he will finish it that way.
Okay.
This is my southern province. What is he? The man is running his party.
Which one? Magande?
No. Oh, no.
He comes from Southern Province.
Southern Province, yes. This man who is he?
Hakainde Hichilema.
Hakainde
Hichilema.
Hichilema.
Hakainde Hichilema.
Who running his
UPND?
UPND side. Apart from that, there's no other leader I can fear to run this country. All these others who are running parties, I can't see any one of them.
We have sophisticated individuals. And that is why, under the direction of the Commander-in-Chief, we have as a lead element the Special Forces. There is a reason for us to commit special forces. There is a reason. Ordinarily, I would have asked the brigade commander to get some of his troops with Zambia Air Force and go and deal with the situation. The army commander is not saying, as part of a joint interagency operation, I will go in Mufumbe and open fire at anybody. We have targets that we are going to eradicate. And anybody, honorable minister, who is going to make a mistake of
we bring you guests that challenge the narrative, unveil what power hides, and spark national debate, speaking truth to power, from the grassroots to the highest offices. EMV.